it's crazy, but it's the way I feel about you. Oh, on a daily, you make my deepest dreams come true when you're loving me, baby. You know I'm always in the mood for our love making. Said I'm gonna break it down for you. So can't you feel it, baby? Feel it in your soul. Said I know you feel it, lady. Go ahead and lose control. Yes, I can see it, darling. That sparkle in your eyes. If it's a groovy love you need, then that's what I'll provide. Whoa, let's groove the night away. It's groovy, groovy, it's groovy, groovy. Yes, we could do this all the time. Just grooving, girl, we'll get it right. Hey, yeah, I can spend eternity. It's groovy, groovy, it's groovy, groovy. Just looking into your eyes. So are you grooving, grooving with me? Love it enough for day. So let's groove the night away. It's grooving, grooving, it's grooving, grooving. Yes, we could do this all the time. Just grooving, girl, we'll get it right. Hey, yeah, I can spend eternity. It's grooving, grooving, it's grooving, grooving. Just looking into your eyes. So are you grooving, grooving with me?
KUAM-FM Hagåtña, Guam. You're listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9.
I get these telephone calls and letters from this little baby girl of mine. She says, Daddy, what time you coming home? 'Cause you've been on my mind. And I break her heart every time I think just a little between 4 and 5. Don't worry about me, baby, I'll be home on time. I feel every ounce of sadness at the end of every call. But one day I hope she'll understand just why I do it all. I give her everything and do all I can for this little baby girl of mine. I've got your heart, my baby, and you've got mine. One day I know all the letters will end, so I'll hold her for as long as I can. 'Cause one day my baby girl will be leaving for the arms of another man. And I'll be making telephone calls and letters for that little baby girl of mine. I'll be saying, honey, when will you be coming home? 'cause you've been on my mind. And it breaks my heart every time I think, when I know it's just a matter of time. You'll always be my baby girl, my one of a kind. I've got your heart, my baby, and you've got mine.
Baby, I'm just trying to let you know how I feel. You have no idea, I always think of you. You're on my mind like wind blowing through trees. And when I hold you close, there's no better feeling. You're my boo, I'll do anything for you. Call me whenever, baby, I'll come running through. You know I love you, why do you doubt me, boo? Just give me one more chance, what must I do to you? Now that you're gone, I can't do anything, I'm lost. I'm walking in circles, babe, I can't find my spot. Ooh, I can't lie, you are my everything. Why you keep telling me you want nothing with me? I still wanna try to make it alright. I can't sleep at night, I can't close my eyes. I'm tossing and turning, my mind it keeps burning. I'm going insane, I need you, my baby. What must I say to get you back into my life? What would you say if I asked you to be my wife? Hope you don't run away, I just want you to stay. Please, baby, come and see. You mean the world to me. We can hold hands, walk in the sand. I'll be your man, you'll be my woman. We can just fly away, wasting our time. But you're not here with me, I'm losing my mind.
Link up with Chris and Sabrina at 637-0094 on Breeze 93.9 FM.
This is the most unusual story of the most unusual girl. She's the paint in my picture of the most unusual world. She can roll out of frame while she's hanging on the wall, and she's calling my name. She's not so usual, no. I'm not, she's not so usual. She's mostly a ghost. The way she watches over me, she complains when I smoke, but then you do the same to me. She's controlling my brain activity, knowing when I go to sleep she's gonna catch me when I'm falling on. She's the most unusual ghost. Oh no, she's not so usual. Oh no, she's not so usual. Oh no, she's not so usual. She's not so hooked on the drugs like I thought that she was, and never sucking on a lime and hardly sipping on a wine. And despite of her bipolar roller coastering, I think I can try. She keep me singing differently, but that's fine, 'cause she's with me now, and all of the time trying and saving my life, thinking not of her own and always kissing me goodnight. When I just need to be alone, she's so sweet, so discreet. She's exactly what I need, not even make believe. Oh, she's not so usual. She's not so usual. She's not so usual. She's not so usual.
Die sombranzelten meg, et zu ite saluda, antes diu niga, Ratzaudzen malakes fredzas, duret in todo in memu. A no gi distancia, palu Zangiman malak guafi Ikonung nasugi airi Prebatulanozi Nai banderata gaigi Pues atan fanny bandera Kau esta pagua pumalapa Gilug tanu man libri Sentami ti man ko badi
Fanogi tamoru purita nota Kantai matu nanyagi todu ilugat Parai honra, parai gloria Abibai isla sin parat Parai honra, parai gloria Abibai isla sin parat Todo y tiempo y paz para kita Dan gini langit na bendition Conchay peligro na fan sofuham Zeus protegis languahon Conchay peligro na fan sofuham Zeus protegis languahon
yesterday. I wrote down all the things I said, but I couldn't. I just couldn't. Baby, I know that you've been wondering. Oh, so here goes nothing. In case you didn't know, baby, I'm crazy about you. I would be lying if I said that I could live my life without you. Even though I don't tell you all the time, you had my heart a long, long time ago. In case you didn't know, ooh, in case you didn't know. Tonight, that second glass of wine got me thinking. Ooh, there's something about the kiss. Boy, you didn't mean it. Got me thinking. I'm thinking. One of the things that I've been feeling. Oh, it's time you hear it. In case you didn't know, baby, I'm crazy about you. I would be lying if I said that I could live my life without you. Even though I don't tell you all the time, you had my heart a long, long time ago. In case you didn't know, you're my everything. In case you didn't know, baby, I'm crazy about you. I would be lying if I said that I could live my life without you. 'Cause even though I don't tell you all the time, you had my heart alone. In case you didn't know, ooh, in case you didn't know, in case you didn't know, ooh, in case you didn't know.
Monday, woohoo! Hey, Bree.
Good morning.
Good morning. It's Monday. Wow, that was fast.
It was fast.
They say the year goes by quick during COVID. You know what goes by quicker than the year? The weekends. You okay with her?
Yeah, I'm good.
All right. Monday, October 4th. Good morning. Morning, Harmon. What kind of day is it out there, sir?
Very nice.
It's a nice day. Well, we'll see how long that lasts. We got work week weather with Landon Eilert of the National Weather Service. They're looking at some system that's out there. So he's going to come on. He told me already, yes, we're going to cover that. There's a graphic that was like a boomerang that was going around all over WhatsApp over the weekend. So we'll get him on to kind of break down what to expect this week right here on the link. Good morning. It's 6:25. Good morning, Facebook Live. I just wanted to offer our condolences to Mama Bear Debbie Davis, who lost her father to COVID-19 in Kentucky. She's a very dedicated member of the Link family. Our deepest and most heartfelt and sincere condolences, Debbie, to you and yours, and your father's in our prayers as well as your family. 626. Also, my niece, my sister's daughter, and her husband tested positive. They're staying in Kansas. Yeah, so let's throw that out. I mean, it's just crazy when you hear about people getting COVID, family members getting COVID here and in the States, right? Well, it's everywhere. It's 626. Pacific Points, Calvo Enterprises, ITV, and Jack in the Box on this Monday, October 4th. A whole bunch coming up on the show this morning, as usual. Miss a link, miss a lot, so don't miss it. I'm going to go in with some mayors here this morning, as well as this is pretty cool, Bree, this black belt.
Yes, Jerron. She's over at Heights Academy. She's the first black belt promotion.
Wow.
So it's pretty exciting.
And she's coming on to talk about that and just, the road to wellness and prosperity that Jiu-Jitsu has put her on. Also, Robert Celestial of Pacific Area Radiation Survivors. We did offer the Democratic Party chair, Sarah Thomas Netty Dog, to come on last week relative to this announcement, kind of announcement from Congressman St. Nicholas that he was seriously considering a run for Adelup. And so, whenever we offer one party chair, we also offer the other. And although Sarah didn't make it, Republican Party chair, Juan Carlos Benitez, will make it, well, hopefully this morning at 9. Who's going to miss an opportunity like that, right? So he's got a bunch of stuff he wants to talk about. And then there was also an interesting development regionally over the weekend. Sabrina?
Yes, there was.
Yeah. Which she's going to cover in the news coming up. You ready?
Sure.
Let's go ahead and get into the news. Hey, Jason, how are you?
Good morning.
Good morning, my friend. How was your weekend?
Oh, it was good.
What was the highlight of your weekend?
I watched a couple pretty interesting movies. I mean, and I put on Twitter, I realized that movie, Promising Young Woman, came out earlier this year, but, the Delta surge kind of like buffered that. But man, that was an amazing film.
Liked it, huh?
Yeah, and I actually found out it won the Academy Award for Best Original Screenplay.
Yeah.
But in my spare time, I was actually, the conversation we've been having about the car score, is it even relevant anymore? Is it, is it in need of revision and everything like that? I actually am working on car score 1.1. I'm taking Dr. Cabrera's original formula. I'm adding a little bit to it, and I'm going to track it over the next 2 weeks and see like how much our unofficial modified version varies from his version. Not to say that like we do it any better, but like if you add additional factors like we've been talking about, would that actually like bring some some interesting perspectives to that?
So you were in the kitchen concocting numbers this weekend.
Yeah. So basically, I had a lot of free time.
Wow. So how does your formula differ from the car score?
Well, like we've been talking about, it doesn't factor in deaths, obviously, and that's what a lot of people have said. Does that have some sort of weight? The hospitalizations, the Delta, and the way it's the way the infections like spread on a daily basis, and the daily positivity rate and everything like that. So I'm not completely re-engineering it, but just messing around with it, and because they released it as a public service, and the formula is complete public domain. I mean, it says underneath, here's how we compute it and everything like that. Essentially, it's open source, so you can like play with it.
Yeah. All right. Well, have fun playing with it and let us know what you come up with.
Yeah.
6:29. Let's go ahead and get into the news now with the very latest from the KUAM news team. Sabrina Salas-Mantanani. Good morning, Sabrina.
Howdy, everybody. Since Friday night, Guam recorded 321 new positive cases out of a total of 2,879 tests performed. Additional results from the weekend from private clinics will be released in this evening's Joint Information Center report. Additionally, Friday night, Guam recorded its 198th COVID-related death that occurred at GRMC on the 29th. The patient was a 66-year-old man. He was unvaccinated with underlying health conditions. He had tested positive on September 23rd. As of last night, 49 people were hospitalized for COVID, 13 receiving ICU level of care, 9 on ventilators. Out of the 49 hospitalizations, 29 unvaccinated, 20 vaccinated. A total of 120,300 island residents are fully vaccinated. That's 88.2%. Booster shots are being given today by appointment from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. at the UOG Calvo Fieldhouse. Vaccination clinics, meanwhile, are being held at the Micronesia Mall from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. and at the Northern Region Community Health Center from 1 to 4 p.m. Free community testing continues at the Old Teads and Carnival Grounds. It's 8 a.m. to 12 noon.
In other news, former Senator Will Castro is now serving as CNMI Governor Ralph Torres' chief of staff. The CNMI office of the governor made that announcement late last night. Governor Torres says, quote, Will has played an instrumental role in building bridges within the Marianas. He referenced Castro's work at the Northern Marianas College and with the Marianas Working Group. Torres added, quote, he is exceedingly qualified and I look forward to having him serve our community as my chief of staff. Castro, a two-term senator, lost in a tight race for Guam's seat in the U.S. Congress last year. His appointment in the Torres administration comes just 1 year before the NMI gubernatorial election amid a legislative probe into Torres' expenditures. And as CNMI Lieutenant Governor Arnold Palacios seriously considers a run for governor next year. It also comes at a time when the CNMI has been able to contain COVID-19 outbreaks through early testing, strict restrictions, and a mandatory quarantine for all travelers. With more news now, here is Tyler Matinani.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Half day, good morning everyone. I'm Tomas Manglona with your headlines here on The Link. Our Tyler Matinani has an in-depth report at DOC on the latest updates.
It's a prison, yes, but as DOC Major Anton Ugin defends, the inmates, no matter how heinous the crime, are still human beings.
When you treat people in a condition like we have them housed now, when they get released, what are we releasing? Are we releasing better people? People that you want to stand next to at the store? Or are we going to be releasing hardcore criminals with very sympathy for human life because of the way they've been treated?
During our tour of the Mingilao compound, we visited several different posts, and each one was in shambles.
In the cells, there's some leaking coming through the wall, and also around their toilet bowls, and some toilet bowls don't flush properly.
Many of the units don't have cameras, and the ones that do.
These only see the front door of each cubicle. It doesn't go in the block. We didn't have enough funding to put more cameras inside.
The absence of locks, the inability to properly monitor inmates, poor infrastructure, and old control panels aren't even half of the improvements needed in DOC's master plan. This all has made the job for officers and staff much harder than it already is.
This is unsafe. Okay? Staff don't feel safe working in this facility because our systems are not there.
With all these risks, what keeps DOC employees here?
They love what they do, right? But it's for that stay, there's a lot more that leave.
FEMA has boots on the ground providing much needed assistance. The infusion center located in Mangilao. In an exclusive interview with KUM's Daniel Perez, they speak about the island's COVID situation and how it's compared to the continental U.S.
FEMA contracted nurses Karen Bodie and Shirlita Nelson are no strangers when it comes to the COVID battle. While Bodie was in Pennsylvania saving the lives of those dealing with the virus, Nelson was in New Orleans giving COVID tests to cruise passengers. Now both are here in an effort to help with the monoclonal antibody treatment.
The officials here seem to be doing a really good job with control and treatment and getting the vaccines out. I learned in one of the meetings that we're over 70% vaccinated here, and we're testing like 1.9% of the population every day, and that's amazing.
You're much higher in Guam as far as vaccination rate than we are in the States.
Nelson struggled when dealing with COVID for the first time.
One experience I was at the Navajo Reservation for the first 6 months of the pandemic. So I was the ILI, which is infectious disease coordinator. So we pretty much was on the ground figuring out the treatment for COVID, the symptoms, and how we were going to take care of the patients there.
Bodie acknowledges the significant differences from the COVID situation in the mainland and Guam.
Everything is different here. I mean, they're on top of everything. Like when you go to restaurants, you're showing your card. You know, they're making sure you're not close in proximity to each other. In the States, they put everybody side by side.
Yeah.
So that's what's different here. They're making it very serious about COVID, and it makes me happy.
With the job comes risk, but they continue to fight the virus despite knowing the danger that it poses.
I've been a nurse for over 30 years, and that's what I took my oath to do. If I can save one person's life, it's a blessing to me. I love this field. I don't care if I'm in danger. I do it because I love it.
And I do it because I love helping people, and I want to make a difference during this horrible pandemic.
Since arriving 6 days ago, they have been working non-stop at the infusion center. After seeing the COVID situation here firsthand, they gave this message for the people of Guam.
Keep on coming out, get tested. If you're positive, we're here to help you.
Get tested, get the treatment needed, come and get the monoclonal antibodies if you need it. It really helps, and people see a big difference after getting the treatment.
Daniel Perez reporting for Guam News Network.
In part 2 of our Behind the Frontline series, healthcare workers talk about the practice of proning during COVID-19. It's all a part of the standard of care. Here's more.
Proning has been shown in non-COVID patients to be very beneficial. I even tell this to my families and friends who test positive in the community to lay on your bellies.
It's all hands on deck for healthcare workers at the Guam Memorial Hospital.
Proning is literally laying on your belly. And that allows the lungs to open up.
And they use every practice in the book.
We use all of our staff. We maximize every movement in that room. It is everybody's responsibility to go in and assist the patients.
She says the data shows proning and medication decreases the ICU level of care and intubations. Nurses focus on letting patients understand the importance of proning.
The moment they're diagnosed with COVID, they're immediately told to start proning because it does help with getting air into your lungs and helping to open up the lungs to move up.
Patients can breathe easier, and perhaps frontliners too.
It's a whole multidisciplinary team working to get these patients better and out of the hospital.
That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KOM News Primetime.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
And more now on the booster shots. Here is Hannah Devonzo.
All 600 slots were booked for the booster shot, and Maggie Diego was one of those able to make an appointment for today.
I have an underlying health. I had a heart attack in 2013, and I believe that having this third booster shot might be an answer for me, so I can live longer for my kids and my grandkids.
The Pfizer booster is only for those who meet the criteria. These include individuals who are 65 years and older, those with underlying health conditions, or those at high risk, such as frontline workers. People will also need to have completed their initial doses 6 months prior. Guam National Guard spokesperson Captain Mark Scott says today's clinic may have been full, but there will be plenty of other opportunities.
Please make an appointment. I think everyone knows the website. It's Eventbrite. The URL is tinyurl.com/VaxGuam. It's what kind of meters out the crowd so that we don't have everyone come all at once. It lessens your waiting time. So if you're able to get vaccinated, if you choose to get vaccinated, please go online, make your appointment, and we hope to see you.
Agena Heights Mayor Paul McDonald was also one of the hundreds to get their booster shot today, and for good reason.
Because I would like to protect myself and others that I work with. And, as I do my job, I meet a lot of the residents, and I'd like everybody to be safe.
Reporting for Guam News Network, I'm Hannah Devonzo.
And booster shots are being given today by appointment from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. at the UOG Calvo Fieldhouse. Officers with the Guam Police Department are exposed to dangerous and traumatic situations on a daily basis and can sometimes take a toll. With more now is, again, Hannah Devonzo.
A grant catering to the well-being and mental health of police officers helped establish a peer support group. Officer Eric Mondia was one of the officers who helped create the start of it.
We sat around at the table discussing what we can do to help our department, our officers, especially with our mental health issues and the stresses of everyday police life.
The group is unique because officers can connect and support with their fellow officers in ways others may not be able to.
A lot of the stuff that we do deal with, you can't bring it home. I mean, you can't speak to your spouse or relatives. There's code of ethics that are required of us, right? That we cannot just divulge things that we talk about. They're held on us in a public trust, confidential nature. And a lot of times too, even if we want to share those things, it's hard for them to relate, because they haven't experienced it. So that the goal of this program is because the department in the past, and we still do have a staff psychologist, which is great, and that's also an outlet for us to explore, right? But this program is more geared to opening that door, and starting the dialogue.
The overall goal of such a peer support group is that it provides a safe avenue for officers to get the help they need. GPD spokesperson Sergeant Paul Tapau is also a member of the peer support group.
We always want to better our service for our people of Guam, but we got to take care of the people that are there in the front lines, whether it be a sworn officer or a civilian support staff.
Other officers are encouraged to come out. The group tries to meet at least once a month. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Hannah Devonzo.
Thanks, Hannah. And with your news in Chamorro, here is Kin Conception.
Buenos Aires to get soon to be sa morgan ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familia Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank. Mareport ni Departamento ng Edukasyon na kasi sento na laptop na computer sa manmasaki pat manmadzulang. Si Joe Sanchez, si Deputy Superintendent of Curriculum and Instruction gi GDOE, asangan na gidurante ni meeting niya gimapos na Merkulis, esta marisisibi report siya pari laptop ni manmadzulang pat manmasaki. Kailangan na esta makaklama STCA gi insurance. Gi Agosto na mes ma-distribute ni Departamento kasi desmin na laptop para estudyante siya para gi remote learning na programa. Esta kwa siya eskwela manay na notisya no mananali computer tati putsuno mas madzulang. Mas asunto, IF ni Guam Police Department si Steve Ignacio asangan na todo esta listo para mababay at zinebo na laboratoryo DNA gi campus si Guam Community College pago na mes. Matutunan na project mas kitas anis na tempo tati. Desde 2009 na sakan man ma-aplika GCC para grant gin ni Department of Interior. Ito so design sa mga financing 2012 na sakan na matutunan mahat sa Oktubre na mes 2019 na sakan. Imbentahan niya esta na klaseng laboratorio gi Isla sa CDGPD no ma-analisa DNA gwini. Antes de este, maangungukun ni GPD, y NCIS, para FBI, para Fenenadzuda. Otro artículo, un 49 años na tao sa masaki no 2 cuenta na segundo grado na criminal sexual conduct. Según el documento ni Korte, un 11 años na Palawan sa sangani polisiya na pinasagay ni propio as Derek John Mapna Santos 2 biyahe gi entre 2 semana na durante. Ibiktima sa sangani polisiya na umahalam si Santos kaya presentonya mentres mamego gwi. Loketo ay biktima pud maat niyo. Logi segundo biyahe niya sa gwi si Santos, ibiktima sa sangani otro na tao-tao na sumasagag bihi na guma. Mabuk si Santos pas makandalo. Yuto mo na sunto para pag na Lunes gan ni KUAM News givenot sa Moro na nangadin ni Teni gazi Naval Base Guam desde dia 4 hasta dia 8 de Oktubre durante na di Exercise Citadel Pacific 2021. Según el Navy, di annual anti-terrorism force protection exercise sa matsotsogo este na training para manasiguro naman listo de mga kapas si Naval Security Forces man respondo sa dangyan guaha abinasaw. Ilang mas si Navy na esta matsotsogo ito din na sinanya punuin at burota i Naval Base Guam mentras este na exercise. Losina ang ripara na mas megay traffic yuri sa ni base pa diniteni para man malago man halom gi base. Sinalog residente giuriza ni base, mali pat mahungog aktibidad seguridad siya no sumano gini na exercise. Para Guam News Network, Guam si Kin Conception. Yasuto ifinut sa Moro sa presenta sa ninafatto ni Familia Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, where you get smart insights into your finances so you can make smart decisions with your money. With a daily personalized feed, you can compare your monthly income to spending. That's better. Discover where your money is actually going. You might be surprised. See what's essential and what isn't. The more you use the app, the smarter it gets. With insights from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapoco, with Kin Conception. Seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
This holiday season, we're once again bringing together the island's largest array of local vendors for a special innovative way for you to shop, broadcast, and go digital with Team KUAM. Join us on Sunday, November 28th for the annual Christmas Pops Virtual Holiday Market at 12 noon on KUAM TV8 and the KUAM News Facebook page, plus additional show times through December 11th. We'll also be featuring vendors daily with posts with QR codes and links on our social media pages beginning Monday, November 29th, and hosting an exclusive Christmas Pops website for your one-stop shopping. It's a safe and convenient way for you to shop local this holiday season. To reserve your spot, email promotions@kuam.com today. Virtual space is limited.
Celebrate National Pizza Month with the Pepsi Ultimate Pizza Trivia Challenge. All you have to do is listen to the link during the month of October, and when prompted, call 671-637-0094 with the answer to the Pepsi Ultimate Pizza Trivia Challenge. Winner will receive a gift certificate from our participating pizza parlors and a 12-pack of Pepsi, brought to you locally by Pepsi.
Pacific Matters is a half-hour news, culture, and lifestyle show focused on issues that impact Guam, the Northern Mariana Islands, and the larger Pacific region. Join Tomas Maglonia every Monday to discuss politics, trends, and take a deep dive into the issues changing our island home, because what happens in the Pacific matters.
Breast cancer is the second leading cause of cancer death in women. The chances that a woman will die of breast cancer is about 1 in 38. Although there is no sure way to prevent breast cancer, there are certain things that you can do, such as eat healthier and exercise. For more information about breast cancer, go to the American Cancer Society's website at cancer.org. Also, on October 22nd, we invite you to think pink by wearing the color pink on that day in solidarity of our breast cancer survivors and warriors.
This pink message is brought to you in partnership with Ordot Dental Clinic, joining the fight against cancer in honor of brave warriors, survivors, and their families. Island Cancer Center and American Cancer Society.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi.
We know you're tired of hearing about COVID-19. Some of you are probably wondering whether this is ever going to end. However long it takes, we all have to do our part, including our children, to hold the line. You can protect yourself and your family by getting vaccinated.
And if you're already vaccinated, don't let your guard down, because you can still give and get COVID-19. And if you're not vaccinated, remember that if you catch the virus, you could suffer more severe complications. At the end of the day, it's the choices we make to protect ourselves, our families, and our community that will control the spread.
We know it sounds repetitive at this point, but again, wash your hands, watch your distance, and wear your mask.
Together, we have to hold the line.
Take in the panoramic beauty of our island each Sunday on the KUM News Instagram with Scenic Sundays. Scroll through the natural beauty of the island on display. Scenic Sundays on the KUM News Instagram is brought to you by Addis Trust and Investment, Location, Service, Trust, and Haagen-Dazs Shops Guam, where every day is made extraordinary.
The KUAM Podcast Network is back and on demand, featuring a great variety of podcasts from our island and region, including culture, lifestyle, awareness, crime, politics, commentary, comedy, and entertainment. Available on most streaming platforms. The KUAM Podcast Network. Subscribe and listen now.
The Culture Club returns to KOAM Digital and KOAM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Chamorro culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KOAM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale. This season, KUAM Communications is ready to go with more games, more championships, and more sports specials guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. We're bringing you all the action and excitement brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, the superior light beer, Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, and Docomo Pacific.
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink,
brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water and Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape,
airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the fields, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
Long ago we sailed the open seas, guided by the light of the heavenly. I can hear them calling out to me. Lord, I know my heart's a heavy stone, weathered by the beating of the shore, tethered to an ever sinking home. Well, the road is long and there are many miles ahead, and the moon is high, but I remember what you said. I'm giving it time, I'm giving it faith, I'm giving it more than I ever did take. Don't turn it around, no giving it.
Hey, good morning. Monday, 6:56. The Link.
Morning, Jay. Guys, yeah, so COVID information right now, Jay.
Yeah, so COVID vaccination clinics. We're going to talk about the vaccination clinics and then the testing, right? So vaccination first. If you've not got your shot and you want to, starting on October 1st through the 22nd at the UOG Fieldhouse from 11 to 5. That's the Pfizer booster shots every day except Sundays and Thursdays from 11 in the morning until 5 p.m. Last appointment at 4:30. 11 to 5 at UOG. If you need the booster, that is, of course, the Pfizer vaccine. You can register, of course, as Captain Mark Scott says, always tinyurl.com/VAX regionally, down in Inalahan on Tuesdays and Wednesdays from 9 to 12. That's when our friends down south can go get vaccinated. And up here in the north at the Micronesia Mall, Monday through Saturday, 11 to 6. So Monday all the way to Saturday up at the Micronesia Mall on the second floor, 11 in the morning until around dinner time. And down in Inalahan, Tuesdays and Wednesdays, 9 to 12. If you'd like to register for one of those, and remember, it is the more advisable action to take if you would like to register. If you want to get one of those down south or up at the mall, tinyurl.com/COVID-stops-with-me. Once again, tinyurl.com/COVID-stops-with-me. And up at the Community Health Center in Dedido, right near East Sangsong Road. Josar knows that area of the island very well, lives around there. Mondays, 9 to 12, and Fridays, 1 to 4. So up at the Northern Community Center, Mondays, 9 to 12. So today, starting in about 2 hours and going until high noon, and then Fridays, 1 to 4. All right, for testing, please get tested. Please know your status, as Mayor Jesse Alec always tells us. He's coming on later on in the show. But Monday through Saturday over at the old Carnival Grounds in Tidzin from 8 in the morning till 12. Monday through Saturday at Tidzin, 8 to 12. And then Mondays and Fridays down in Inalahan from 9 to 12. Once again, that's testing. Today at Tidzin, starting in about an hour. And then also down in Inalahan starting in about 2 hours.
Right on. When I passed by Tidzin this morning, there was no line, but I'm pretty sure that's different now. Bree, what were the results this weekend? Because it was kind of another one of those where they split it up between days, right?
Which results?
The results for the test.
That's how they usually do it. So what do you mean?
They've been doing it, right? So.
Right. So when you add them all up, it's 321 new positive cases since Friday night out of 2,879 tests performed. But again, that's just results from public health. We have to wait for the private clinic results to come in, which will be added on tonight. Then you got to do all the math and all that to decipher how many new cases there are.
A lot of deciphering that goes on. Jay is our resident in-house best at math person. What is that positivity rate?
I know Excel. The math. I let the computer do the math.
So it was what, 300 some positives, Bree, out of
321 new positive cases out of 2,879.
Thank you.
So that's about...
I know one thing. I know Mr. Rollins, rest in peace.
That's about 13%.
That's higher than 10%.
And there was also a fatality that was reported in the JIC Friday night.
Okay. So those were the numbers over the weekend.
Yeah, sorry, that's about closer to 14-15%.
Nice.
So
one thing we're waiting for, though, is whether or not there's been any students that have tested positive from the Guam Department of Education. I know that Friday we had been trying to get that information from GDOE. I had messaged Michelle Franquez. She is the interim spokesperson for the Guam Department of Education quite a few times Friday. But I didn't get any numbers.
Guys, so basically, and I did have a couple, we had asked a couple of the different school leaders about why there weren't any student positives reported last week. And I know it was about Wednesday or Thursday, Sabrina and I were sitting in the office kind of like, hey, we're seeing these GDOE employees being reported, but we haven't seen any students. And basically, according to Superintendent John Fernandez, where is this at here? It was going back to school that kind of threw off the Guam Department of Education. So he had wrote here, this week with the return to school in cohorts, we left it to public health to do its general reporting as they did while schools were out. We know that cases reported this week emanate from the home or community. We have had to adjust our operations as protocols to take into account the cohorting of students as well. But we will be resuming reporting next week, which is this week, as well as an updated dashboard for monitoring COVID impact on the schools. And so John says they will continue to report the daily cases, but they just weren't able to do it last week. And it's kind of the same with the Catholic schools, as I did reach out to Tony Diaz, and he had said kind of the same thing, that, hey, we're back in school and it'll start up this week. But just so you guys know, we are aware of several positive cases that emanated with students. I heard that there were a couple of instances last week where parents actually went to school to pick up their kids who were sick, right? So although it wasn't reported, hopefully we can kind of get a handle on that for this week, because
Right, and I don't think this necessarily means that they caught COVID at school.
Yeah.
It means community contact, and it doesn't mean that, well, at least as far as
well,
I know,
we want it
doesn't
to
mean-
definitely not mean
Right.
that- yeah, of course. But I mean, it, and again, it's that window of incubation, right? They say, 3 to 4 days. Well, towards the end of the week last week would be when I would think, okay, where are these cases come from? Because I heard of one case, an elementary school student had told the teacher that they weren't feeling well, but the teacher had said, oh, well, you can go to the nurse after lunch. And anyway, it ended up where the grandma had to come pick up the boy who was sick, who ended up testing positive for COVID. So, yeah, I mean, again, when it's so rampantly widespread in the community, and as the community moves back into the school setting, of course, we're going to see these positives. And we only hope that the reporting will kind of pick back up, especially now that they do have that capability to test students at the school level. 7:02 now, we'll get more on the COVID, of course, never ending. That was the number one question people asked me this weekend. Oh, when do you think this stuff will be over? Boy, that's a conversation starter. 7:03, yeah.
Once we get the infections down to 25 per day,
Yeah.
sustained. Not like we hit 25 one day and then
It's over.
That's
yeah,
it.
I don't even mess around with that. I just say, you know what, guys, it's never going to end. I don't want to, give anyone any false hope. Okay, I just don't think it's ever going to end. It's just always. I ran into a friend of mine at the laundromat, and he was like, "When is this thing? When does this stop? This thing here?" And I was like, "Man, I don't know if it does." 7:03.
I was asking. Somebody was asking me like, hey, your best guess. When do you think we're going to be like through this? I was like, put it this way, I wouldn't exactly spend a lot of money on a Halloween costume.
Yeah. What about Thanksgiving? Remember last year, Thanksgiving? It was Strive for Five.
Yeah,
Remember?
that was the big thing. Can we have a good holiday season?
Yeah. Well, can we have a good holiday season this year? Who knows? I don't know. I already told the kids, though, the governor canceled Christmas.
If you go to, let's see, 25 outdoors, right?
Yeah.
10 indoors. If you go to the bar, it's however many people, right? If you
Capacity,
could, as
yeah.
long as you wear a mask.
Yeah.
If you go to a restaurant, it's up to 10 people per table.
Right.
Right.
Vaccinated only.
Yeah, vaccinated.
Sometimes when
or
I eat
you
out,
can self-attest.
self-attest taste.
When have you ever been at a table with 10 people anyway?
No, I haven't.
Have you ever been to a restaurant where
I
there's 10
tried to
people?
take my kids out to dinner this weekend. I was like, let's go. I'll take you guys out to dinner. My Chan, he's like, no, I don't want to. I don't want to stay home.
Yeah, my boy's birthday is this week.
I know. My boy's birthday is this one, too.
So is his birthday present going to be, let's go.
Get him a nice mask.
We're going to take you and go get some ice cream. Oh, and by the way, you're going to get the vaccine. But he wants to, though. He's looking forward to it, right? He says
Yeah,
he
he
really
wants
wants to do it. Good for him.
The thing is like he can't do basketball anymore because you can do basketball as long as it's in school,
Yeah.
but you can't do basketball if
Out-
it's an outside league,
Yeah.
which I'm still not understanding, but
Yeah.
it is what it is. So he hasn't done basketball at all. And then jiu-jitsu, for me right now, until he gets vaccinated, that's when he can go back because
Yeah.
he tends to roll with kids that are older, and I don't want to, risk anything with him not vaccinated and rolling with the older kids
Right.
that are vaccinated.
Right, yeah. Yep, I mean, you got to get these kids the exercise, whether it's taking a walk or this morning or this weekend, I bought a big you know those super big inflatable punching balloon things? I got one of those for the house, but it's a legit one. So you fill the bottom with water, and then the whole weekend.
Oh, so it's weighted
all we
in,
could
in,
hear,
like in,
yeah.
Oh, okay.
All we could hear was buck, 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 buck. Just like sound like a boxing gym in my house. I love it. I love the sound of kids playing.
My son, I started doing the workout classes outside over here with Tribe Guam. And my boy came with me, and it was just, he saw me like almost passing out, and he's like, "Mom, are you okay?" Well, he would running the track because he's a runner, and would stop by to check to make sure I didn't, pass out or anything.
Oh, he's checking on his mom. Yeah, see that lady laying down on the ground huffing and puffing? That's my mom.
Hey, well, this past weekend, my mom got the booster.
Oh.
Oh,
yeah.
nice.
So I took her to that, and I got Guam National Guard. All respect to you guys, because I mean, it is like clockwork up there.
Yeah.
You're in, you're out. They are the utmost professionals and everything like that. They're incredibly, respectful and everything like that, and they run a tight ship there. They say they ask all the right questions, and it's very, very fast. And she was actually, you know how they say the last appointment is at 4:30. She was the 4:30 appointment.
We did have a comment here from Maisie Manabusan. 5 students, 1 employee tested positive on Friday from an elementary school, and it wasn't reported on the JIC. Why? Well, we just kind of explained that as GDOE, I guess, was standing up the cohorts, and the reporting of positive cases will resume this week. What I like to
What
see,
school
though,
was that?
She didn't say.
Oh, because I got someone just messaged me about a high school where there were several.
Yeah.
But she
last
said,
week.
Maisie said it's elementary?
Wednesday.
Oh,
Yeah.
Maisie said it's elementary.
All right. Yeah, it's surprising that no one really noticed that till towards the end of the week.
What?
That there weren't any student cases being reported.
Right. Well, I mean, they were last week. They just returned to in-person learning, at least GDOE, because usually it's just GDOE that reports, and the Catholic schools. All the other private schools don't really give us information,
Right.
unless
yeah.
you have to call each and every single one of them.
Yep. They should do like a school dashboard where they get all the schools to report. It should have been part of the requirement. Hey.
Public health.
Yeah, public health should have required them. Hey, when you open up, well, I mean, they're the ones who get the results. So, and that's kind of it. I wonder just how overwhelmed they are with everything, right?
Well, last week Friday was the deadline for all schools to submit their testing plans.
Right. Yeah. So, did that happen? I don't know. We'll try and get public health on this week. It's 7:08. Let's take a quick break, and we're coming back with my good friend Eric Borja debuting a brand new song right here on The Link. Good morning.
Breast cancer is the second leading cause of cancer death in women. The chances that a woman will die of breast cancer is about 1 in 38. Although there is no sure way to prevent breast cancer, there are certain things that you can do, such as eat healthier and exercise. For more information about breast cancer, go to the American Cancer Society's website at cancer.org. Also, on October 22nd, we invite you to think pink by wearing the color pink on that day in solidarity of our breast cancer survivors and warriors.
This pink message is brought to you in partnership with Ordot Dental Clinic, joining the fight against cancer in honor of brave warriors, survivors, and their families. Island Cancer Center and American Cancer Society.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Got a question about your finances? You've come to the right place. Bring all your accounts together, even those that aren't with us, and see the big picture, right down to the smallest detail. Unlock powerful tools like Insights and Money Map that help you save time and take control of your finances. When you connect accounts with the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
GU Self Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
More about the Public Health Town Hall this week that Dr. Ann Pobutsky mentioned on Friday. Not yet. We're tracking it this week, though, so we'll keep you posted. Good morning. Bananas of Zulus, everyone. Glenn Lujan. Virtual Zoom novenas this Christmas. Yeah, that's what it's kind of looking like right now. Boy, those vaccinated touches, though, they're probably in pretty in demand. Let's head into the Zoom room. We have my good friend, Jay.
You have the free Zoom plan where you can only do like 30-minute calls. I know some Tetras that can pull off an entire novena in 28 minutes.
Right, yeah. And is that what it is, Jay? What's the rules on that?
Yeah, if you have the free Zoom plan and you want to host a meeting, it can be like up to 30 minutes.
Okay.
But if you have the paid plan, then you can go for however long you want.
Right
so,
on.
If you want to save some money and
So
pray the Holy Rosary, just get it done in 28 minutes.
So if you're singing the songs, then you're going to need the Premiere. What is it? Zoom
Yeah.
Gold or whatever?
I think the fastest one is our friend Roland Blas, right?
Yes, he is definitely one of the fastest.
Yeah.
Almost broke the land speed record. Let's head into the KUAM News Zoom room again, where local musician Eric Bora is standing by. Good morning, my friend.
Good morning. Buenas, Chris. Buenas, Bree. Jason. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Eric. Thanks for joining us, man. I guess just as a musician, maybe before we get into what we're really here for, what's it been like for you as, well, performing a musician?
Well, right now, everything's on a halt right now. Most of the gigs that I had were canceled due to the mandate and just like the rising cases, So even me and myself, I'm vaccinated too, but I was just like, I didn't want to be out there and, kind of scary.
Yeah. Feel you on that. So what have you been doing then in the times that you would normally be gigging? How have you been filling that time?
Well, I just started school, and that's keeping me busy right now. So work and school, family, just taking care. Hanging out with the 2 grandkids, and it's a full plate for me right now. So, hey, man, it's beautiful. It's a beautiful life.
I don't even know if you have time to gig.
I know, right?
Yeah.
I just bought me a new guitar too, and I was like, to break that up.
Yeah, it's funny. One of my friends was texting me last night, and he was like, "Hey, are you available on Friday to host a live raffle?" And I was like, "Whoa, what are you talking about?" And he was like, "No, live on Zoom." Oh, okay. Live got a whole different meaning nowadays. But Eric, you're definitely one of our favorite local artists, and we play your music all the time here on the show. You got some really great feel-good island jams. But we're here this morning to talk about your new single, which is called "Change My Life." So go ahead and tell us a little bit about that song, Eric.
So basically, the The title says it all. It's again, another trials and tribulations of my life and my journey in recovery, and having to make that change in my life to make it better for me, because where I was going wasn't the right way, and I was just digging myself a deeper hole. And I did a whole 180 on music writing. Like back in the day, I'd be doing a bunch of songs about getting drunk and drinking beer and smoking weed and having a good time. But today I kind of like an Eminem, like what Eminem did, and how he went 180, and now he's writing stuff about recovery, and so this is one of the next 5 songs coming out, all recovery related, just stories of my life, stories of my journey, and I wanted to share it with the world, and the Breathe and the Link, and you guys you're always my number one supporters when it comes to doing this, and I greatly appreciate it. I want to say a shout out to my producer, Jason Burkhart, and also this song was made possible by a grant from CAHA that I obtained 2 years ago prior to COVID, and then COVID gave me a lot of time to start recording, so just thought I'd make shout out to those guys who made it possible, and to my family, my wife Shalina, my friends and coworkers that support me through this journey, and everybody out there, if you can relate, man, just keep doing it, keep coming back, and the struggle's real, but make that change, man. You can do it.
Yeah, and I think
It
that
starts with you.
when people look at you, they see someone who has made that change. And as a Facebook friend, I mean, with the pandemic, we don't keep up as much as we used to. But I always see your posts, celebrating your sobriety. And what was this making this song, man? Was it kind of therapeutic for you?
Oh yes. There's times where I had to take breaks in between singing because I started getting emotional, and you can hear that through the mic really good. No, it's not that I don't have COVID or anything. My nose is just running, because.
This is like the anthem of your life?
Yes.
And it's so
Pretty much
timely.
all in one, it breaks it down. Just things I did and things I was doing to what I'm doing today and what I had to do. So, yeah.
Well, last month was National Recovery Month. So
yeah.
So what's go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
So normally, like what we would do in Recovery Month for Guam was spoiled by COVID again for the second year. But we as a recovery community, we still got together and in our own agencies and just did our own celebration, and COVID ain't gonna stop us, you know what I'm saying? But we did it all in the in the requirements of the mandate, and
And we hear this from the Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center, that the other epidemic that we're fighting is this war on drugs, And so I guess any words of encouragement that you'd like to share for people that might be going through what you went through.
Yes, there's always somebody to talk to. What I found is one of the strongest tools in being in recovery, or is just being able to talk to somebody, and finding that support. And like for myself, I got clean by learning from other people. I didn't know how to do it, so hanging out with the pro-social people that are doing what you're trying to do can help to encourage you to keep doing what you want to do. It is rough at first, and as you keep doing it, it gets a lot easier, especially when you make that one big change is one thing, right? They say you got to change everything, and today I'm still doing what I was taught when I first got into recovery, and it still works for me, so it all starts with that person, man. First thing, if you're looking for help, whatever, man, give us a call. At all the agencies we have here in Guam, and there's New Beginnings, there's Lighthouse, Oasis, new peer support group called Togi that's out there helping out a lot of people, and make that phone call. That would start it off, and then we can go from there and have a conversation and see where you want to go.
What was the turning point for you that you decide, I'm not going to, I'm done with it. I need to change. Change my life.
Yeah, I know I still share. I got clean even when I didn't want to get clean, but what was my motivating factor at that point where I didn't know what I was going to do? It was having the judge telling me that I'm going to be going to prison if I don't clean up my act. And even at first, it was kind of like I had a choice. I even asked the judge. I go, if I don't take treatment today, am I going to be taken in today into custody? And he was like, yes. And I said, if I take treatment, do I get to go home today? And he was like, yes. And I was like, it was a no-brainer. You know what I mean? So, and I didn't want to do it at first, but I was kicking and screaming walking out of the courthouse back in 2010. But today was the best decision I ever made in my life.
Well, God bless you, Eric, and the work you do. And you're just such a generous and caring heart, man. I just want people to know that each one reach one, and you do what you can to always reach out to people who are trying to not just start this journey in recovery, but stay in it. And so we're going to play this song. Eric, thanks for jumping on.
Thank you. You guys have a good day. Stay safe.
You too.
Mask up.
Wash your fat.
Have a good one. Thank you.
Right on. It's called Change My Life, and it's the new song from Eric Borja. Good morning.
times, and in my life I did some bad. I wasted days and nights. I gave away all I had. And the choices that I made got me in trouble all the time. I think it's time for a change. I think it's time to change my life, change my ways, for better days in my life. Change my ways, for better days in my life. Yeah, yeah. Change my life. heartfelt words I got from you. The choices that I made got me in trouble all the time. Think it's time for a change. I think it's time to change my life, change my ways, for better days in my life. Change my ways, for better days in my life. Choices that I made got me in trouble all the time. I think it's time for a change. I think it's time to change my life, change my ways, for better days in my life. Change my ways, for better days in my life. Oh yeah. Change my life, 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 change my life.
Right on. What a great positive message there. That's a new one from Eric Borja, Change My Life, right here on The Link. Brought to you by Pacific Points, Calo Enterprises, ITN, and Jack in the Box. We're going to take a quick break, and we're coming back with your mayor next. Well, hopefully your mayor, right here on The Link. Good morning.
Breast cancer is the second leading cause of cancer death in women. The chances that a woman will die of breast cancer is about 1 in 38. Although there is no sure way to prevent breast cancer, there are certain things that you can do, such as eat healthier and exercise. For more information about breast cancer, go to the American Cancer Society's website at cancer.org. Also, on October 22nd, we invite you to think pink by wearing the color pink on that day in solidarity of our breast cancer survivors and warriors.
This pink message is brought to you in partnership with Ordot Dental Clinic, joining the fight against cancer in honor of brave warriors, survivors, and their families. Island Cancer Center and American Cancer Society.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KOAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KOAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KOAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
This holiday season, we're once again bringing together the island's largest array of local vendors for a special innovative way for you to shop, broadcast, and go digital with Team KUAM. Join us on Sunday, November 28th for the annual Christmas Pops Virtual Holiday Market at 12 noon on KUAM TV8 and the KUAM News Facebook page, plus additional show times through December 11th. We'll also be featuring vendors daily with posts with QR codes and links on our social media pages beginning Monday, November 29th, and hosting an exclusive Christmas Pops website for your one-stop shopping. It's a safe and convenient way for you to shop local this holiday season. To reserve your spot, email promotions@kuam.com today. Virtual space is limited.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, Bud Light Seltzer, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
Listen, watch, and learn from the daily Chamorro News updates from KUAM News. Catch them on The Link during the 8 o'clock hour, streaming online on Isla Radio, or on the KUAM News YouTube channel for your convenience. Tune in and stay informed, all while preserving our precious culture through the daily use of our native Chamorro language. Chamorro News updates are brought to you by your familia at First Hawaiian Bank.
Sometimes I lay under the moon and I thank God I'm breathing. Then I pray, don't take me soon, 'cause I am here for a reason. Sometimes in my tears I drown, but I never let it get me down. So when negativity surrounds, I know someday it'll all turn around, because all my life I've been waiting for, I've been praying for the people to say that we don't want to fight no more. There'll be no more wars, and our children will play one day, one day, one day, one day, one day.
Hey, good morning.
One day.
You know, every Monday we get the mayor, Jesse Allegan here, the president of the Mayor's Council of Guam, for our weekly update. And today he brought some company with him. I'm Mayor Jesse. Good morning.
Good morning.
We do have Manila Mayor Alan Ugata. We put out the ask also to Fetfu Mayor Taidagui, so we'll see if he's going to make it on this morning. But Mayor Alec, do you mind if we defer to Mayor Al real quick, because I know he's got some things going on this morning?
No, not at all. Please do.
Not at all, right?
Welcome, Mayor Allen. Thank you for joining us.
Mary, welcome, Mr. President, Mayor Alec. Alfadi.
All right, we now call to order this impromptu meeting. No, Mayor, also, I know that well, there's a lot going on in your village, and we were talking last night about this thing you have going on with the Coast Guard this morning, right? You want to tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, so of course you're aware, of course, that some of the districts are getting some improvements. Thank you to the governor, lieutenant governor, the governor Julio and the lieutenant governor's administration, and Gita and Mrs. Melanie for joining us, supporting us with this program with the market. So in light of what's coming, we're trying to prepare for the need that we need to continue our services to provide the service with whether it be commodities or some other disaster. We're creating a drive-through around the office where you're going to come up to our entrance and then come out to the Bill Munoz side. So that's what's our plan for that today, this morning. So what a great day to start the week on Monday morning with getting support from our military partners, and the Coast Guard is going to come out and support us today.
Wait, so you said the Coast Guard is they're going to construct a drive-through?
No. Wait. They're just, no, Chris, I didn't say it. They're coming out to support us with some clearing and some work, moving some debris and stuff like that. I wish that they could come and provide that.
See, but you cut me off. I was just going to say it, and then maybe they would hear it and they just go ahead and go for it. So they're helping clear the area for the potential upgrade. Gotcha.
Yeah, but thank you for, like I said, the administration of the Julio Bro and Lieutenant Governor and Gita. So we got that in line, and then we also are planning our for the Halloween. We're starting to plan for our Halloween event, and hopefully it's we're very excited to have a trick-or-treat drive-through. So we're gonna invite the constituents and and people that want to take part in it and decorate the back of their truck or their cars, and we're going to stage them around pretty much like our drive-through, or the way we do our distribution for the commodities, and it's going to go to the park. And then we advise them to stay in their cars as well and wear their mask. And then we're going to be passing out treats as well. So we're planning some stuff in the community.
Mayor Adlig, is that what we're seeing village to village, is that mayors are starting to prepare for Halloween and it's going to be a drive-through type setup because of I'm thinking obviously because of the surge?
Oh yeah, for sure. I wouldn't say everyone was going to do a drive-through, but I'm sure everyone will do something to celebrate Halloween. We just have to live with COVID. I think we've talked about that many times. So yeah, for sure, you're going to see other villages similar to Manila providing some kind of Halloween celebration for their communities.
Mayor Al, what has the traffic been like with that infusion center across the street? Or was it infusion?
It's been pretty good. It's been good. Like I said, I would like to just thank the public health, the National Guard, and of course the FEMA team that are here to support our community and our island with the infusion center there and the treatment process. So, it's a no-brainer. We wanted to help in any way and support helping our people of the island to administer that program for the antibodies.
Mayor, I know that you guys have been calling your village residents and kind of investigating about the COVID and encouraging people to get tested, right? So what has that been like for you in Mungie Town?
It's been promising and it's good. We've reached out, and I got to say that, the general public is very informative. They're very proud to what's going on. They are aware, and I would like to say too that that old saying of word of mouth, that thing goes a long way for most of the people too as well that don't have the social network or that era of communicating. But we got to give props to the networking and the system that is in place, and whether it be to reaching out to the WhatsApp or the organizations, or whether it be newsletters or form of information trying to get the word out. They're very much informative. In fact, I just like to share with the president as well, and everyone that, I'm not too sure if you guys are getting calls, but the community at large, their ears are out. They're very aware, and they're very, of course, concerned, and they want to do what's right. And I've been getting calls too as well regarding the third dose, which would be the booster, and if there's homebound service that are available. So, in light of information being very vital at this point, I just informed them to either get a hold of the 311 number, or as soon as they deploy or have a plan. Of course, they're very good, and you guys are as well are very good with notifying us, or if it's not released from JIG, we don't want to be putting out any information that's not prudent and it's not from a viable source as well. So yes, there are people, their ears out there are they're very tended to what's going on, and they want to take care of themselves and of course protect others.
Have you had any of these dead on arrivals in your village, Mayor Al?
Not to my understanding, and if it is, I am not aware of it.
Okay. So
I know that they're taking advantage of the clinic from the north to the south, so it's convenience in the middle. So they're taking advantage of it.
Mayor Jesse.
So Mayor Ngakto brings up a good point on the homebound. Yeah. I don't know. I haven't heard too much in the media on it, but we still have not yet received direction on how we're going to address the homebound for the third dose. I did announce to the mayors, though, that as soon as we get direction from public health, we'll certainly let them know, because we all get phone calls as to how are we going to address our homebound requests. And, Mingila being one of the larger villages on the island, we want to make sure that they have the correct information as well. So as of now, we don't have guidance or direction as to how we're going to address it. Similar. I'm hoping that it's going to be similar to what was done in the past,
right?
Where they would call 311, but we're not sure yet.
Right.
Well, you know what happens when you call 311 nowadays.
Yeah.
But
better to call 911.
Well, I don't even know about. Depends on what day.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
it's not a joke.
Yeah.
If it's an emergency, you should definitely call 911.
Yeah.
I mean, we all have had our issues with 311, and who wants to claims that it's fixed or not. If there's a real emergency, or if you're not feeling well, just go see a doctor. Call 911. And we know that. We've just been saying that over and over again.
Right. You talked about the boosters, right? And doing the homebound for the boosters. Has there been any discussion with the same thing for maybe testing, like how we did with the rapid engagement team?
Yeah, well, so the rapid engagement team can still be done with testing, if that's what you're referring to. So that has been done in some villages so far, but it just depends on it's the call of the mayor if they feel that there's a need to address a certain group or isolate pockets. As far as the third dose, I don't know how that's going to be addressed, or if it's going to be addressed in that manner as well. So we're still kind of waiting. We are on that information.
Right on. Mayor Al, anything else before we let you go? Because I know you got to go meet the Coast Guard.
Well, I'd just like to say, everyone take care and respect one another, help one another. We're still going through this, and we can all get through it if we pull together. And I got to say, the community at large, they've been a very intricate role in this. Regardless of what's out there, we're all aware, and I see that, and I understand that everybody wants to do their part. In closing, let's just take care of one another. Stay safe.
Thank you, Mayor Al.
Stay safe.
Okay. Thank you, Jason, Bree, and Chris. Mr. President, thank you for having us on the link today. Thank you.
Adios. Have a good day.
Yes, you too.
Yeah, day, Mr. President.
Chris Barnett. Hafatalu, what you want to ask me?
I know Bree's got a few.
No, not really.
Oh, okay.
Now, any update on just the usual, I guess, update on the COVID pay, ARP funding? Have you guys been a receipt of any?
No, nothing. I'll let you know as soon as we know. We of course, our budget was passed, and that for the most part, the larger villages will receive something that they're familiar with. The smaller villages are going to definitely receive less. And really, we wanted to work on a formula that was justifiable. In the past, I know that you've covered it, and everyone's asked, so why does Dededo and Jigo receive this? Dededo and Jigo, why do they receive the same amount as BT and Meleso? And so this fiscal year, we did work with the senators, and Senator San Augustine, he was, it was important that we would come up with a formula that was, like I said, justifiable, and something that we can we can relate to, as opposed to in the past where we used formulas that were arbitrary. And so basically, it's $20,000 per village, and the balances will be prorated based on their village, on their street miles, the street mileage. And that's based on a 2009 DPW study. So the issue here is going to be that DPW will have to update that in order for us to have a more accurate distribution of the budget. They do have, the deputy director did send us a copy of a current survey. I believe it was done in 2012, but it's not something that we can decipher. It's all, it's not it's not grouped into village or by municipality. It's just as a whole. So it's not something that we can readily use. So that's, again, it's going to be a good deal for the larger villages, and it's a not so good deal for the smaller villages. But like in all things, we have to adapt, and we adapt because it's a change, and it's a change for the better for the larger, but it's somewhat a change for the for the worst, for the smaller villages, and we say that because, for far too long, I think everyone has been enjoying the same budget, regardless of population, regardless of street miles. So hope this year that'll be different, and hopefully the majority will be satisfied with that. I do have to say that this went through public hearing. It went through some scrutiny from the council. It was mentioned at our May and our June meeting. We discussed it. And so, our members are aware of it completely. And we didn't receive any pushback. And so hopefully we'll be okay. With that being said, the necessary or the need for any additional stimulus funding is important. If we'll present that at our meeting this Wednesday. At a regular meeting this Wednesday. And so we're going to see that there are many villages, especially the smaller and the medium-sized villages, who are going to need certainly additional funding from the American Rescue Plan. And we have not yet received word as to how much that's going to be. We just can't plan without a number. What I do have to say is that, again, I want to recognize the work of the legislature for Bill 196 that was introduced. And I believe the public hearing is this Thursday. And Bill 196 allows or gives every village $500,000 for recreation and sports facilities improvement or construction. And in the beginning, when I had worked with Senator San Augustine, we were addressing several villages that we felt were not receiving adequate funding for their repair. But at the end of the day, I think the senator and I and many others in the legislature agreed that it would be best to give everyone across the board $500,000, regardless of what additional CIP money they're receiving or money from DOI. And I believe Manila might be one of those villages who are receiving DOI money on top of if this bill is passed and signed into law, it will receive this $500,000. Now, I'm talking about it simply because it's money it's a figure that we know of, and it's something that we're working on, that we know we can plan for. If we knew what American Rescue Plan money we have or will be receiving, then perhaps we won't need Bill 196. But because we don't know, we just can't sit and wait until everyone's fine and ready for us to receive some money to improve our facilities. The more we neglect our facilities, the worse condition they're going to be in. And we just don't want that to happen. And now that there's some kind of infusion coming from different areas, this is a plan that I think, will work for all of us, for all 19 villages. So that's the talk.
Have you guys had any contact with the Mayor's Council of Guam, the liaison that works over at Adelup, to maybe get any kind of update on whether or not you guys are getting any ARP money, or when?
Yeah, that's former Mayor Bob Dizama from Jigo.
Does he keep you guys in the loop?
Of course, we are in touch with him, and he'll let us know, but we have not yet received any word from him as well, specifically that money.
Mm-hmm. So you guys are meeting this Wednesday, and I'm just kind of going through the agenda. What is the foster care project?
So the foster care project is something that was brought to our attention because we're seeing an increased number of foster children not having any homes. And we do know of the current foster shelters, the government run and the nonprofit ones that are run, and they're all at capacity. They're at full capacity. And so we have over 400 children who need a foster home. And, the mayors, as much as everyone likes to task us to do different things, we see the real life issues. And I say that because we see these children from the very beginning when they come to our offices, when their parents request for certain information or for certain types of assistance. We see the neglected children. We see the abused children. And, there's only so much we can do. And Phil, the majority, I believe, in the council agreed that it is part of our job. We take care of animals, we take care of junk vehicles and all of that. And we need to start taking care of the children that come through our offices. And we see this all too often. And so we have embarked on a campaign to recruit foster families. And whether it's for emergency placement, a day or two, a night or two, or a week, or long-term foster parenting, we're recruiting anyone who's willing to assist the foster care system, because it's so bogged down and our children need homes. Like I said, we see it every day, and we just need to be part of the solution. So we're hoping to launch a campaign this month in October and November, and culminate with a big activity, hoping to have recruited a certain number of foster families by Christmas, so that we could celebrate that at Christmas time. Of course, the council, we're hoping that this will be a full year campaign for foster families. And so that's what we're working on. Mm-hmm. And it's part of our agenda simply because we really want the input of our council members. We do have committee meetings. We've had 2, I believe, committee meetings on it. So I think we have a good plan and a good, we have good ideas as to how we can execute. But of course, we need the council members to all buy into it and, make it a full blown program. What we're hoping at the end of the day is that we recruit at least 19 new foster families. I mean, that would be so much help for the foster care system, for both for public health and for the nonprofits. And I've been in meetings with Harvest House and the Archdiocese run, or the Archdiocese representatives. And, everyone is pulling their weight. The community continues to donate for Christmas to the children, to the families. The community has been great in answering the call to furnish the new shelter and all the types of fundraising that they have, for whether it's Harvest House, the new Sister Bridget House in Barrigada, or the Ali Shelter. So there's a lot of support from the community when it comes to that. The one thing, though, that public health knows is that they lack foster families and foster parents. And so that's our focus, as opposed to looking for donations for the children. We're needing homes. So that's our plan, or that's our project. And we're hoping that we're hoping to kick off real soon.
Nice.
Thanks for asking about that.
Yeah. I wanted to ask though, Mayor, with the foster families, how much of it is that people maybe don't know how to become foster parents, maybe think it's a lot?
Correct.
I mean, it is. And then how much is it like people don't qualify? Or because I'm pretty sure there's a lot of parameters, right?
That's correct. And so I do know that public health does, for their emergency placement, they have a set of guidelines for emergency placement, and then a set of guidelines for the long term. And of course, all of that is done in private. Part of our campaign is informational, right? So we can share with our residents and families who are, or even individuals, singles who are willing to foster, share this information with them as to what it entails, how we can become a foster parent, what benefits there are for foster parenting. Of course, there's never enough benefits to make life the best for anyone, really, I don't think. But there's certainly some benefits for the foster family, or for the foster child that will be placed, such as home care. I mean, child care. So if there's a family who's thinking, well, gosh, I'm a single male or female, how am I going to watch the child when I'm at work? Well, there's there's child care that's paid out of the block grant. So that's definitely a plus for anyone considering foster parenting. So if you also need, you might even be a family of many children, and if you can still house one child and you'll need care for that child, there's definitely care for that child while you're at work and while the children are at school, if it's necessary. There's a lot of support system. There's a large support system for foster families, and we want to also share that information as part of our campaign. So yeah, that's
That's great.
That-
Great to
that's
hear.
what it's about. Yeah. Thanks.
Also on the agenda is Guam Elite Basketball. They're coming to speak. Do you know what about?
Yeah, so within the gosh, I forgot what it's called. I'm drawing a blank on the money that was given out. I think it was from the Education Stabilization Funds. They received some money, and so most villages pay for our basketball teams to enter these tournaments and pay for uniforms and tournament fees and what have you. And so the Guam Elite Basketball received some federal funds. And so they're going to come to share how they can be a part of our villages. So, and I'm glad that they made that request, because if they didn't make the request, that I was going to request that of them, simply because they received the money, and we're this fiscal year at least our limited gaming funds is of course decreased because there's limited gaming. Yeah. So yeah, that's important to note. Our limited gaming funds, which is it is a separate fund. That fund typically gives every village about $32,000 annually for sports and recreation. So the mayor can choose to sponsor sports teams. The mayor can also rehabilitate or maintain sports facilities. And so, but it's half. So 15,000 for maintenance and 15,000 for sponsorship or events. So, that's cut, that's reduced this fiscal year. And it'll be important for the Guam Elite Basketball to make that presentation and hopefully, get some villages on board safely during COVID.
Yeah, I thought they couldn't play outside of school, or
I don't think they can.
yeah.
Well,
Well, it's always good to plan for it, right, Mayor?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's always good to plan, and you never know when things are going to change. It might change today, right?
I wanted to follow up on the stray animals because we haven't heard about that in a minute.
Yeah, so we are working on a plan to increase the shelters up at Gain, and if we can do that, I forgot to ask Mayor Allen about that. See, you should have brought that up earlier. So the roundup is actually in Mangilao currently, and I'm not sure if Mayor Ngokto will continue it. But so this is how this works. So if Mangilao is having their roundup, then no other village can turn in dogs or cats to Gain. And that's difficult. That is difficult because we don't tell the dogs to stay in the jungle or be good until Mangilao is done. It's not, it doesn't work out that way. It doesn't really work. So we're currently working on, as you know, agriculture received money for Gain for this purpose. So we're working to get increase the capacity up at Gain, and hoping to work with other agencies within the government to build those kennels without any other costs, that we would just purchase the supplies. And we'll let you know. Hopefully that the other project is of course a spay and neuter project, which is a large capacity spay neutering project. And that's, again, the wheels are turning on it. We just don't know. We don't have an actual date and when that'll be done. So the partners in that'll definitely be a government and a private partnership for that program. And we're hoping to announce that soon enough. But yeah, there's, it's still there. The dogs are still out there. We know that. But that's the difficult part, is the shelter. Yeah.
Well, we did it with vaccinations, where we were able to stand up a large scale operation where we put needles into things. So hopefully with the spay and neuter, maybe we can kind of copy paste that effort. I mean, it's a pipe dream.
Yeah, for sure. There are definitely organizations out there that are willing to help us with it, and so we're wanting to partner with them. We know of at least 2 that are willing to work with us, and as far as some kind of funding and also manpower. So we're certainly, we're hoping that that's going to work out.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, Mayor.
Sure, you're welcome.
All right.
Oh, well, one more thing. Bill 199. I know that that has a public hearing this week, and I did. The Justice Center was approved. Its extension was approved, so I believe it's a permanent part of the program at Public Defenders, and. You know that in fiscal 22, the budget bill or the Budget Act, the amendment did not pass to increase their budget for the Elder Justice Center, but Bill 199 gives them that funding, and so we're hoping that will pass. Again, on the Mayor's Council side, the reason why that's important for us is because our Manamco call our office for help. And we're not attorneys, and we can't provide those legal services. So we're hoping that Bill 196 does make it through, and there's money identified to fund that additional request for the Elder Justice Center. But thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Have a great week. Be safe.
You too. Adios.
Stay safe.
There you go, Mayor Jesse Alec, President of the Mayor's Council of Guam. We're going to take a quick break. It's Monday, October 4th on the Breeze side. We're KUAM FM. I got you, Guam. We're not going on KUAM TV today. So if you want to see how handsome Jason Solis looks, you have to go on our Facebook Live feed. Okay, it's really easy. It's like a click here, a click there, and then boom, you're right there. Eyes on Jason. It's 8:02. We'll be back with more of The Link next. Good morning.
This holiday season, we're once again bringing together the island's largest array of local vendors for a special innovative way for you to shop, broadcast, and go digital with Team KUAM. Join us on Sunday, November 28th for the annual Christmas Pops Virtual Holiday Market at 12 noon on KUAM TV8 and the KUAM News Facebook page, plus additional show times through December 11th. We'll also be featuring vendors daily with posts with QR codes and links on our social media pages beginning Monday, November 29th, and hosting an exclusive Christmas Pops website for your one-stop shopping. It's a safe and convenient way for you to shop local this holiday season. To reserve your spot, email promotions@kuam.com today. Virtual space is limited.
Celebrate National Pizza Month with the Pepsi Ultimate Pizza Trivia Challenge. All you have to do is listen to The Link during the month of October, and when prompted, call 671-637-0094 with the answer to the Pepsi Ultimate Pizza Trivia Challenge. Winner will receive a gift certificate from our participating pizza parlors and a 12-pack of Pepsi, brought to you locally by Pepsi.
Pacific Matters is a half-hour news, culture, and lifestyle show focused on issues that impact Guam, the Northern Mariana Islands, and the larger Pacific region. Join Tomas Maglonia every Monday to discuss politics, trends, and take a deep dive into the issues changing our island home, because what happens in the Pacific matters.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi.
We know you're tired of hearing about COVID-19. Some of you are probably wondering whether this is ever going to end. However long it takes, we all have to do our part, including our children, to hold the line. You can protect yourself and your family by getting vaccinated.
And if you're already vaccinated, don't let your guard down, because you can still give and get COVID-19. And if you're not vaccinated, remember that if you catch the virus, you could suffer more severe complications. At the end of the day, it's the choices we make to protect ourselves, our families, and our community that will control the spread.
We know it sounds repetitive at this point, but again, wash your hands, watch your distance, and wear your mask.
Together, we have to hold the line.
Breast cancer is the second leading cause of cancer death in women. The chances that a woman will die of breast cancer is about 1 in 38. Although there is no sure way to prevent breast cancer, there are certain things that you can do, such as eat healthier and exercise. For more information about breast cancer, go to the American Cancer Society's website at cancer.org. Also, on October 22nd, we invite you to think pink by wearing the color pink on that day in solidarity of our breast cancer survivors and warriors.
This pink message is brought to you in partnership with Ordot Dental Clinic, joining the fight against cancer in honor of brave warriors, survivors, and their families. Island Cancer Center and American Cancer Society.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Want a better look at your spending? With MoneyMap, you can automatically create budgets and manage where your money is going. Know when you have a green light or when it's time to slow down. Maybe cook more meals at home this week. Set your goals, track your progress, and find your way to exactly where you want to be. With MoneyMap from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. It all starts with yes.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
This season, KUAM Communications is ready to go with more games, more championships, and more sports specials guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV8 or from CBS on KUAM TV11. We're bringing you all the action and excitement brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, the superior light beer, Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, and Docomo Pacific.
I am so excited about our next guest because it's somebody that I know really well. Congratulations to Jerron Gondole, who just received her black belt promotion. Congratulations!
Thank you.
And she's with Heights Academy. She's the women's instructor, and she also instructs some of the adult classes, right, Jerron?
Yes.
So how excited are you? You've been doing... Well, we're having some... How long have you been doing jiu-jitsu? I want to say since you were a kid.
Yes, I actually started back in 2009. I was 11 years old at the time. So I've been doing it for quite a long time, 12 years. I feel like the jiu-jitsu community has actually seen me growing up into the person I am now.
Right, and you know your journey through jiu-jitsu, it's taken you all over the world. I want to say, competing and winning some pretty big medals.
Yes, that's the great experience about jiu-jitsu, like being connected and being able to like share it with other people around the world and learning their different experiences through jiu-jitsu, which I love and enjoy since I've been growing up.
Mm-hmm. And so you actually competed. I want to say, tell me a little bit about your background so people know, you're pretty badass. And I was reading.
So, I started when I was 11. I wasn't really good at anything. Like I would usually have to put in more practice time. So my dad actually started 2 years before me. So I decided to get into it, just try something new because I wasn't really sticking to anything at the time. And after 6 months of being in it, it just clicked, and it stuck with me. And, I was able to build self-confidence from it, discipline. And it's just something it grew into a passion for me. And I just want to say, like, I feel so grateful because my coaches since I was a kid, Professor Omar and Professor Terrence, are the ones who promoted me to my black belt. And, not a lot of people can say that, because usually you would switch off coaches after going into the children's program and then into the adults program. So to have them promote me to my black belt was a great feeling. And of course, throughout growing up, I would always compete off island in California at Pan Kids, Worlds. 2014, I was able to win the Blue Belt World Championships. I've also competed in wrestling off island. So, I've been around. I've been able to learn from other people from off island and, come back to Guam and share what I've learned from off island. Because, Guam's so small and not a lot of us can fly out to compete. It gets expensive sometimes.
Yeah. Okay, so your first female world champion, is that right? You're a Pan champion?
Yes. Yes, that's correct. First female world champion from Guam, which is very, I'm honored to carry that title.
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to think, how many female black belts are there on Guam?
There's actually, I believe, 4. I want to say 4.
Wow.
But yeah, to have that and to hold a black belt and to be one of the few women on Guam to have a black belt and to stand in front of the class, that's just a great feeling to me.
Were you surprised? I mean,
did
you know? Did you know that you were?
No, well, like you see those little hints.
Yeah.
Like, I could pick up on it, like, why are you acting funny? But I didn't expect to be promoted after for a couple years,
Mm-hmm.
I was just doing what I love to do, sharing jiu-jitsu, especially for women and children. That was like, that's my mission right now, just to get as many people as I can to learn jiu-jitsu.
Mm-hmm. And I gotta say, like, the women's class, okay, so yeah, I did take a couple of those classes and I was getting tore up, but what do you think about how the sport is growing in popularity with women and with little girls? Because at Heights, I've seen a lot of those little girls, and my goodness, they are so good.
Oh, yeah. It's great to see, like, women and children. It's really growing in jiu-jitsu. Growing up, like, it was hard to find, like, a female partner. Like, when you plan to go to the adult classes, like, you're always looking around, like, is there another female here? Sometimes you have to prepare to be the only female there. Mm-hmm. But now we have academies with women's classes, strictly only women's classes, which is great, a great way to ease them into it, to get comfortable. And now Heights Academy, majority, I think, of the population is little girls, females. So it's really great to see now and how it's growing.
Yeah.
We started the women's program 2 years ago, and to see it grow now, I can't explain the feeling. It's just great.
Yeah, and you're so good. I mean, and so patient. I know that I know I gave you a hard time.
No, you didn't. That's great.
So, I guess any words of advice for people, even if they're girls or even just women out there that, because it is really intimidating, for me at least, when I see, jiu-jitsu, because it's very physical, I guess, if somebody might want to try it, I mean, what would you recommend to them? What would you say?
I would recommend for anyone should try jiu-jitsu. I believe everyone should at least try it one time, but come to class, watch it, maybe even try it one class to see if you like it. Sometimes you'd have to try the class a little bit more than once to see if you're comfortable, but to have the ability of, worst case scenario, this is self-defense, right?
Mm-hmm.
Worst case scenario, you don't have any weapons on you and you only have your body, to learn how to use your body to control someone else, to protect yourself. I think that's so important. So, just come watch, find a jiu-jitsu gym. Guam has many great jiu-jitsu gyms, people that have flown off island as well and competed. So, just find a place that's suitable for you and watch, maybe try a couple of classes. That's the best thing I can tell you. Just go there and try it.
Yeah, I absolutely loved it. I just had some personal issues flying off island for my family, and that kind of messed with my schedule. But I definitely plan to come back at some point.
For sure. We miss you. We miss seeing you at the academy.
The class clown. That's me.
Well, hey, Jay, this is Jason, and again, congratulations. So much respect for what you've been able to achieve, and I think the one thing that I learned about the jiu-jitsu community is, when the sport was introduced to me a few years back by these guys, was that, and I was like, so how exactly do you get promoted, and how do you advance through the various degrees of belt, right? And the one thing that was amazing for me is, like you said, it's not as soon as you hit, year 8 involved with the sport, you're automatically bumped up, or there isn't as if you, it's not like band class or choir when you challenge like somebody and you unseat them and everything. This truly is a sport where if you are going to be promoted, you really have to earn it by virtue of the work you put in and everything. So tell us about, your work ethic and more importantly, your mindset, because, jiu-jitsu is equally parts physical and mental.
For sure. Well, I'm a mother of 3, so it's really hard. I'm balancing both of that. So
I can see where you get your mental strength from, being a mother of 3.
For sure. So usually I just know that I have to put in the work and do everything. I don't expect anything. That's usually how it is. Like, you just have to go in there, put in the work, and everything that you get put in is what you get out. You shouldn't be expecting a belt, because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Like, we all walk around, we don't wear our belts on us, So we just go in, and it's just a positive feeling just to go in there, exercise, practice, empower each other, and then come out. That's the important part, just to strive to do better every day.
But still, I think the visual part of like when you do enter, the gym and students and teammates of yours see that you actually have that belt on, that represents the fact that you've put in, so much work, and you've sacrificed, and you've prepared yourself, and you've learned, and you've taught, and everything like that. So that really speaks volumes. Just seeing that on you and everything like that is a real testament to you as an athlete.
For sure. I'm so grateful to have it, but my mission's not done. Like I said, I want to go out and teach as many people as I can. That's my new mission now. Now that I'm a mother, I want to share it with my children and everyone on Guam if I can. But I still plan on competing as well, to show it still that you still can compete as a parent, as a and as a fellow person in the community. Just, you can keep going. You can do this.
Well, I'm hoping someday down the future that you will actually be able to personally promote Bree to black belt, when she gets to that level.
Now we're talking.
I hope so too.
See? Yeah, there you go.
You can do it.
Hey, Professor, she'll take an honorary blue if anything. I don't know how many honorary blue belts get given out, but it seems way easier than an honorary
You can
black.
do it, Bree. We believe in you.
Oh my gosh.
And
I know.
You've never shied away from hard work, so no worries there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, anyway, guys.
Yeah.
The classes,
Thank you.
the women's classes, Jerron, when are they, so people know if there's anybody that wants to join the women's class at least?
Yes, so we have the women's classes every Saturday, 8 to 9:30 a.m. And I also teach the lunch classes at Heights, 11:30 to 12:30. Those are mixed classes, though.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much, Jerron. Congratulations.
Thank you so much for having me.
Viva!
Take care.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay, Professor.
Wow.
Good morning, guys. It's the Link 820. Quick break, and we're coming back with our 8 o'clock newscast, which is proudly brought to you by Pacific Points. That's right. Black belt Bree, what do you think? In the works? You got an in.
That's a long.
Yeah, it is.
Oh.
It's 8:20, Monday, October 4th. Quick break. We're back with more of the link next.
Breeze 93. Celebrate National Pizza Month with the Pepsi Ultimate Pizza Trivia Challenge. All you have to do is listen to the link during the month of October, and when prompted, call 671-637-0094 with the answer to the Pepsi Ultimate Pizza Trivia Challenge. Winner will receive a gift certificate from our participating pizza parlors and a 12-pack of Pepsi, brought to you locally by Pepsi.
Breast cancer is the second leading cause of cancer death in women. The chances that a woman will die of breast cancer is about 1 in 38. Although there is no sure way to prevent breast cancer.
This holiday season, we're once again bringing together the island's largest array of local vendors for a special innovative way for you to shop, broadcast, and go digital with Team KUAM. Join us on Sunday, November 28th for the annual Christmas Pops Virtual Holiday Market at 12 noon on KUAM TV8 and the KUAM News Facebook page, plus additional show times through December 11th. We'll also be featuring vendors daily with posts with QR codes and links on our social media pages beginning Monday, November 29th, and hosting an exclusive Christmas Pops website for your one-stop shopping. It's a safe and convenient way for you to shop local this holiday season. To reserve your spot, email promotions@kuam.com today. Virtual space is limited.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, where you get smart insights into your finances so you can make smart decisions with your money. With a daily personalized feed, you can compare your monthly income to spending. That's better. Discover where your money is actually going. You might be surprised. See what's essential and what isn't. The more you use the app, the smarter it gets. With insights from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Yeah, sorry guys. I know that us parents and our pandemic EBT cards wiped out all the grocery stores this weekend. My bad. But I want to thank Uncle Sam. Because of you, my kids have finally tried truffle oil.
Truffle oil, really?
I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. But yeah, it was crowded at the grocery stores, right?
Dad, what's this thing you bought? Escargot?
Yeah, that's for you, boy. I'm going to put that in your lunch. It's 8:24. Good morning. The Monday. Yes.
You better be careful if you
Hold on. Bree's got something to say.
No, I was going to say good morning.
Okay, good morning. Hi. Okay. 8:24. It's Monday, October 4th. You ready to get into the news?
Yeah.
Let's do it. Brought to you by Pacific Points. It is our 8 o'clock newscast at 8:24 with Sabrina Salas-Mantanani. Good morning, Sabrina.
Half day, everybody. Since Friday night, Guam recorded 321 new positive cases out of a total of 2,879 tests performed. Additional results from the weekend from private clinics will be released in this evening's JIC report. Additionally, on Friday night, Guam recorded its 198th COVID-related death. It occurred at GRMC on the 29th. The patient was a 66-year-old unvaccinated man with underlying health conditions. He had tested positive on the 23rd. As of last night, 49 people were hospitalized for COVID. 13 receiving ICU level of care, 9 on ventilators. Out of the 49 hospitalizations, 29 unvaccinated, while 20 vaccinated. A total of 120,300 island residents are fully vaccinated. That is 88.2%. Booster shots are being given today by appointment from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. at the UOG Calvo Fieldhouse. Vaccination clinics, meanwhile, are being held at the Micronesia Mall from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. and at the Northern Region Community Health Center from 1 o'clock to 4 p.m. Free community testing continues at the Old Teason Carnival Grounds. That's from 8 a.m. to 12 noon. In other news, former Senator Will Castro now serving as CNMI Governor Ralph Torres' Chief of Staff. The CNMI Office of the Governor made the announcement late last night. Governor Torres says, quote, Will has played an instrumental role in building bridges within the Marianas. He referenced Castro's work at the Northern Marianas College and with the Marianas Working Group. Torres added, quote, he is exceedingly qualified and I look forward to having him serve our community as my Chief of Staff. Castro, a two-term senator, lost in a tight race for Guam's seat in the U.S. Congress last year. His appointment in the Torres administration comes just 1 year before the NMI gubernatorial election amid a legislative probe into Torres' expenditures, and as CNMI Lieutenant Governor Arnold Palacios seriously considers a run for governor next year. It also comes at a time when the CNMI has been able to contain COVID-19 outbreaks through early testing, strict restrictions, and a mandatory quarantine for all travelers. With more news now, here is Tomas Mangloña.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Half day, good morning everyone. I'm Tomas Mangloña with your headlines here on The Link. Our Tyler Matanani has an in-depth report at DOC on the latest updates.
It's a prison, yes. But, as DOC Major Anton Ugin defends, the inmates, no matter how heinous the crime, are still human beings.
When you treat people in a condition like we have them housed now, when they get released, what are we releasing? Are we releasing better people? People that you want to stand next to at the store? Or are we going to be releasing hardcore criminals with very sympathy for human life? Because of the way they've been treated.
During our tour of the Mingilao compound, we visited several different posts, and each one was in shambles.
In the cells, there's some leaking coming through the wall, and also around their toilet bowls, and some toilet bowls don't flush properly.
Many of the units don't have cameras, and the ones that do.
These only see the front door of each cubicle. It doesn't go in the block. We didn't have enough funding to put more cameras inside.
The absence of locks, the inability to properly monitor inmates, poor infrastructure, and old control panels aren't even half of the improvements needed in DOC's master plan. This all has made the job for officers and staff much harder than it already is.
This is unsafe. Okay? Staff don't feel safe working in this facility because our systems are not there.
With all these risks, what keeps DOC employees here?
They love what they do, right? But it's for that same that stay, there's a lot more that leave.
FEMA has boots on the ground providing much needed assistance. The infusion center located in Mangilao. In an exclusive interview with KUM's Daniel Perez, they speak about the island's COVID situation and how it's compared to the continental U.S.
FEMA contracted nurses Karen Bodie and Shirlita Nelson are no strangers when it comes to the COVID battle. While Bodie was in Pennsylvania saving the lives of those dealing with the virus, Nelson was in New Orleans giving COVID tests to cruise passengers. Now both are here in an effort to help with the monoclonal antibody treatment.
The officials here seem to be doing a really good job with control and treatment and getting the vaccines out. I learned in one of the meetings that we're over 70% vaccinated here, and we're testing like 1.9% of the population every day, and that's amazing.
You're much higher in Guam as far as vaccination rate than we are in the States.
Nelson struggled when dealing with COVID for the first time.
One experience I have, I was at the Navajo Reservation for the first 6 months of the pandemic. So I was the ILI, which is infectious disease coordinator. So we pretty much was on the ground figuring out the treatment for COVID, the symptoms, and how we were going to take care of the patients there.
Bodie acknowledges the significant differences from the COVID situation in the mainland and Guam.
I Everything is different here. I mean, they're on top of everything. Like when you go to restaurants, you're showing your card. You know, they're making sure you're not close in proximity to each other. In the States, they put everybody side by side. Yeah. So that's what's different here. They're making it very serious about COVID, and it makes me happy.
With the job comes risk, but they continue to fight the virus despite knowing the danger that it poses.
I've been a nurse for over 30 years, and that's what I took my oath to do. If I can save one person's life, it's a blessing to me. I love this field. I don't care if I'm in danger. I do it because I love it.
And I do it because I love helping people, and I want to make a difference during this horrible pandemic.
Since arriving 6 days ago, they have been working non-stop at the infusion center. After seeing the COVID situation here firsthand, they gave this message for the people of Guam.
Keep on coming out, get tested. If you're positive, we're here to help you.
Get tested, get the treatment needed, come and get the monoclonal antibodies if you need it. It really helps, and people see a big difference after getting the treatment.
Daniel Perez reporting for Guam News Network.
In part 2 of our Behind the Frontline series, healthcare workers talk about the practice of proning during COVID-19. It's all a part of the standard of care. Here's more.
Proning has been shown in non-COVID patients to be very beneficial. I even tell this to my families and friends who test positive in the community to lay on your bellies.
It's all hands on deck for healthcare workers at the Guam Memorial Hospital.
Proning is literally laying on your belly. And that allows the lungs to open up.
And they use every practice in the book.
We use all of our staff. We maximize every movement in that room. It is everybody's responsibility to go in and assist the patients.
She says the data shows proning and medication decreases the ICU level of care and intubations. Nurses focus on letting patients understand the importance of proning.
The moment they're diagnosed with COVID, they're immediately told to start proning because it does help with getting air into your lungs and helping to open up the lungs.
Patients can breathe easier, and perhaps frontliners too.
It's a whole multidisciplinary team working to get these patients better and out of the hospital.
That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KOAM News Primetime.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
All right, and Monday, of course, is the day when we go over weather. Good-looking skies now, as far as I can see out the window in Harmon, but this past Saturday, not so much. So we bring in the man with the plan, the man who I'm sure has at one point has had like a big 8x10 picture of Mother Nature in his office.
Well, I'd like to have the full window, the whole effect to see those beautiful skies. And I like the skies like they were on Saturday with showers and thunderstorms and the really thick clouds where the streetlights come on about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Those are beautiful skies for me. And that's what I was fascinated with since I was young.
Yeah.
Elementary school, middle school, high school. My gosh, beautiful.
Maybe people that planned on mowing their lawn Saturday maybe don't agree with you, but I was going to say the canned soup industry, like very, very much in agreement that Saturday was a great day.
Oh, it's beautiful, especially if you have a rice plantation in your property. That's perfect weather, I would think. So, yeah, I like the rainy weather, and we are definitely in the heart of wet season, and this week will fill every bit the part of it. So let me go right over to my computer over here very quickly, and we're going to ignore that frame right there. I'm going to first our radar. Yeah, yikes. That's going to be something we'll be discussing very shortly later this week. But right now, not too much on the radar. We did have some spotty showers across the islands, and that's going to continue through the day. Some showers are moving through Saipan to the north, Saipan and Tinian. This radar has been operational for about a week now, so this is a very welcome change in condition for operational radar use. Hopefully this will be up and running for a while because we're going to be in a very busy period, at least for the next couple weeks, I think, as the wet season is very much in the swing of things, at least for the next 2 to 4 weeks, perhaps. I'm going to switch over to the satellite to show you the broader region. Right now, it's not too bad, just some spotty showers and an isolated thunderstorm or two across the islands and within the coastal marine waters. We're seeing those plumes of deeper convection, those bright colors there that are starting to pop up. We'll probably see some breaks in sunlight throughout the day, but to our south, that's what we're going to be watching in the days to come, because there is a tropical disturbance down there near Chuuk, just southwest or west of Chuuk. Let me darken that just a little bit. So it's centered right about here, about around 5 north 148, and that's nearly stationary at the moment, but that's expected to track toward the north-northwest into our general vicinity by the end of the week. So we're going to be watching that. As it does so, this whole belt of moisture across Micronesia will gradually lift northward by midweek, bringing that axis of showers and thunderstorms into our region. So it's going to be a very juicy pattern ahead of us. We are watching Invest Area 92W. That was the subject of a tropical cyclone formation alert. That was just west of Mindanao. That has been canceled as it's now overland and not expected to develop, but it could develop into once it's in the South China Sea and west of the Philippines. And that one is no threat. So again, that's 92W Invest Area. That tropical cyclone formation alert for those with the Philippine interest, no longer a threat, or no longer a TCFA, and it's not a threat to the Marianas Islands. But we're watching Invest Area 93W, and that's rated sub-low by the Joint Typhoon Warning Center at the moment. So we'll be watching that throughout the day. So go ahead and pull up the slides, Jason.
Yes, sir.
And let's talk about the week. So 2 weeks ago, we mentioned a disturbance in the force, and that was in regards to the developing 20W that threatened our area. But this week, I would say it's multiple disturbances in the forces. We're going to be going to more of a monsoon type pattern in the days ahead. Is it wet season yet? Absolutely. And this week is going to produce quite visually for the islands as we see more showers and clouds across the region. That's going to be the trend for the next several days. Hazardous surf does continue along north-facing reefs of the Mariana Islands with a high risk of rip currents, and that's due to the lingering large swell from the distant Typhoon Mindul. It's somewhere a long ways from here, but the residual swell do continue. Guam fire danger is low, and that's going to be very low for at least a couple more weeks. For Micronesia, active ITCZ, weak embedded disturbances generating showers and thunderstorms across Palau and much of the FSM. Several areas there we are watching, but right now the biggest concern for us is 93W near Chuuk, as it could bring a much wetter pattern for us. So the next slide, just hitting on the high surf across the islands, that is for north-facing reefs. That's like Glass Breakwater Beach of Apra Harbor, all the way up to Ganya Bay, then north-facing areas of Tumon Bay, for example, Hilton, Oka Point, and then sliding up along Tangisan Beach and Retidian Beach, where the currents are most strong. So high risk of rip currents, that will continue through this afternoon, and then we should see things fall below hazardous levels. And again, if you're out there in the water and you get caught in one of these rip currents, do not fight against it, but swim out of it, parallel to the shore, perpendicular to those currents, and then eventually back in and over the reef. But keep in mind, if you're out of the reef, you have to swim back in with those waves, and you're going to be thrashed in the coral. So when in doubt, don't go out. Swim with a buddy, because you don't want to get caught in one of these, especially on our beaches. The next slide, not too bad out there this morning. Temperatures around 80 degrees here in Guam and Saipan at 75 degrees. And of course, that's indicative of a heavy shower that just moved to the airport sensor, bringing those temperatures down. The winds are generally calm around 8 miles per hour. Yesterday, we had 3/4 of an inch of rain. The record for the day was 8.01 inches set back in 1986. I don't remember that event because I was in preschool in North Carolina. But some of our older folks, they may remember what happened in 1986, and I suspect it was probably a tropical cyclone of some sort that passed through the region. As far as the 8 inches of rain, some of the accumulated rainfall models do predict somewhere between 7 and 10 inches of rain over the course of the next 10 days. So if that's an indicator of wet conditions ahead, that would be one of those. The next slide, the jaw conditions, definitely not a jaw concern across the region, and just the highlights of Kapinga Marangi way down south of the general ITC's direction. That's going to continue. The next slide shows the Joint Typhoon Warning Center. That's 92W. That was the tropical cyclone formation alert, but they just canceled that about a half hour ago. So that is no longer subject for development to a tropical depression. It is over the Philippine Islands, but it could regenerate once it gets west of the Philippines. And again, that one is no threat for us. That next chart, the Polar Orbiting Satellite, it's a busy one this morning. And so you see a lot of arrows along the southwest area, the lower left corner. That's the wind flow across the region. And this is the beginning of what is a good monsoon surge across Western Micronesia, just south of Palau. So you have that cyclonic flow, that's the TCFA, Invest Area 92 on the far left of the chart. And then we have that surface trough going on over to Invest Area 93W near Chuk. This is going to be keeping that monsoon flow going with the showers and thunderstorms near Chuk. All of this will be lifting gradually northward toward Guam and the CNMI as the week progresses, bringing those showers closer to Guam. Some of the indicators have that circulation moving just west of Guam with the bulk of showers over the islands. Some of the trends now has it over or just east of Guam with the center passing over, but the heaviest showers are generally favoring the east side of that circulation center. So we could see less rainfall if that circulation passes over or east of us, more rainfall if it passes west of the islands. So regardless of its passage, the effects will be across a much larger area than that center of circulation where it passes. So it's still early in the game. It's early Monday, and this is looking like it's going to be a passage probably near Thursday, Friday, Saturday. It's going to be a slow-moving system. So again, biggest threat at the moment would be more of a hydrologic situation with showers and thunderstorms increasing through midweek and to the end of the week. So stay tuned to conditions and forecasts on our webpage and also in the local media and Homeland Security as we do put out information as needed. Right now, that circulation is southwest of Chuk and going to be tracking generally this way. The next slide shows the sea conditions. Seas and surf will be building gradually along the east-facing reefs where our Retidium buoy is still disabled at the moment, so we're not seeing that north and west swell in the buoy here, but it still exists. The east swell will be gradually building up, especially as the circulation comes up toward Guam. So things are going to be ramping up just a little bit, especially with the winds and the waves coming in from the southeast. So combined seas pretty much this week about 5 to 7 feet, with the north swell diminishing as we go on, and the east swell and southeast swell will be building by the end of the week. Wind waves about 2 to 3 feet. And for the week ahead, the outlook, mostly cloudy with scattered showers, isolated thunderstorms today. By midweek, mostly cloudy with scattered to numerous showers and isolated thunderstorms. That's going to be by Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then the weekend. Things will dry out. Scattered showers, isolated thunderstorms, not much. That was just a joke. But again, mostly cloudy, combined seas 5 to 8 feet by the weekend. And a lot of this weekend outlook, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, depends on how 93W evolves. We'll be watching it very closely as things track closer to our area. So if there's one word to sum up this week, wet.
Yeah. So so it sounds like what you're saying is it's a possibility that 93W system may approach closer to our area. You know, it's on a west by northwest track and everything like that, so it may be within the area, but definitely we're in for some of the rain, some of the wet stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. That's one thing that we can say with certainty is it will be a wet week, especially as it approaches. As far as intensity outlook, it's too early to say if it's going to be a tropical depression, tropical storm. I don't want to use that term yet, but as long as it stays within our vicinity, approaching our area, we're going to be watching it closely. So again, this is going to be one of those situations everyone has to keep in tune with weather forecasting conditions across the region and plan accordingly. For now, wet. Plan accordingly with that. And I know y'all were talking about the grocery stores earlier. I sent you a photo on WhatsApp just before this, and that was at Home Depot. And so we're talking about the seasons, and it's the Burr months for the Filipinos as well as myself. Those are empty store shelves at Home Depot. So what does that imply? I suspect my long-range forecast says it's going to be Christmas decorations there in a very short period of time.
And there's somebody on this Zoom call who probably will buy out most of the Christmas decorations if history indicates anything.
Who would that someone be, Jay?
So by process of elimination,
I don't know.
It's not Bree. It's not Joser. Definitely not me. And I want to say, Chris, you always decorate outside with the chicken wire. So maybe it's.
Why I got to be the outside chicken wire?
It's
Because I'm from
somebody
the
in the
south.
Because those are awesome.
I'm from the south, right? Jay, pop that up, man. Landon, you sent me this. Honestly, I don't know where my mind is at, but I thought you were sending me like a new morgue. I thought this was like the new morgue or something, but it's actually the shelves at Home Depot.
And which department was this in Home Depot, Landon?
That's when you go in the main entrance, and it's just to your left before you get to the garden center. So that's where they have all the Christmas stuff. So it's just a plug for Christmas. It is, we are well in the heart of the Burr months. So Maligayang Pasko.
There you go. You've made Joe Sir's morning already, Landon. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Landon.
See y'all later.
Okay.
All right.
There you
Be
go.
safe, man. Thanks for the info.
Landon Knight of the National Weather Service. It's 8:45.
And with your
News
news in Chamorro, here's Kin Conception.
Buenos Anopades to get some to be sa Morgan ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank. Mareport ni Departamento ng Edukasyon na kasi sento na laptop na computer sa manmasaki pat manmadzulang. Si Joe Sanchez, si Deputy Superintendent of Curriculum and Instruction gi GDOE, asangan na gidurante ni meeting niya gimapos na Merkulis, esta marisisibi report siya puri laptop ni manmadzulang pat manmasaki. Ilingya na esta makaklama STCI gi insurance. Gi Agosto na mes ma-distribute ni Departamento kasi desmin na laptop para estudyante siya para di remote learning na programa. Esta kwa siya eskwela man manay na notisya no mananali computer tati putsuno mas madzulang. Mas asunto, IFN Guam Police Department si Steve Ignacio asangan na todo esta listo para mababay at zinebo na laboratoryo DNA gi campus si Guam Community College pago na mes. Matutunan na dyan na project mas kitas anis na tempo tati. Desti 2009 na sakan man ma-aplika GCC para grant gin ni Department of Interior. Ito also desegna sa mga financing ni 2012 na sakan na matutunan mahat sa gi Oktubre na mes 2019 na sakan. Imbentahan niya esta na klaseng laboratorio gi iisla sa CDGPD no ma-analisa DNA gwini. Antes de este, maangungo ko ni GPD, NCIS, para FBI, para najuda. Otro artikulo, ang 49 anos na tao sa masaki no 2 na segundo grado na criminal sexual conduct. Segundo dokumento ni Korte, 11 anos na Palawan sa sangani polisiya na pinasagay ni proprio as Derek John Mapna Santos dos biyahe gi entre 2 semana na durante. Ibiktima sa sangani polisiya na umahalom si Santos kaya presentonya mentas mamay gogwe. Loketo ay biktima pod maanyaw. Logo segundo biyahe niya sa hugigwe si Santos, ibiktima sa sangani otro na taw-taw na sumasagagwihi na guma. Mabuk si Santos pas makandalo. Yuto mo na sunto para pag na Lunes gan ni KUAM News kifinot sa Moro na nanggadi ni Teni gazi Naval Base Guam desde dia 4 hasta dia 8 de Oktubre durante na di exercise Citadel Pacific 2021. Según the Navy, at the annual anti-terrorism force protection exercise sa matsotsogwe este na training para manasiguro naman listo sa mga kapas si Naval Security Forces man respondo sa dangyan guaha abinasaw. Ilinga man si Navy na esta matsotsogwe to din na sinanya punuin at burota in Naval Base Guam mentras este na exercise. Losina ang ripara na mas megay traffic yuri sa ni base pa diniteni para man malago man halong gi base. Sinalo Presidente Gio Rizani Base, mali pat mahungog aktibidad seguridad siya no sumano gini na exercise. Para Guam News Network, Guam si Kin Conception. Yasuto ifinut sa Moro sa presenta sa ninafato ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, where you get smart insights into your finances so you can make smart decisions with your money. With a daily personalized feed, you can compare your monthly income to spending. That's better. Discover where your money is actually going. You might be surprised. See what's essential and what isn't. The more you use the app, the smarter it gets. With insights from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, where you get smart insights into your finances so you can make smart decisions with your money. With a daily personalized feed, you can compare your monthly income to spending. That's better. Discover where your money is actually going. You might be surprised. See what's essential and what isn't. The more you use the app, the smarter it gets. With insights from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
Stay connected through The Link each morning on Breeze 93.9 FM.
It's just on the One Micronesia podcast. This is a little throwback here. It's with Beach Boy and Tanel, Crystal Ball. Good morning. 8:51, Monday, October 4th, 2021. Miss a link, miss a lot. I think one of the big takeaways from this morning so far, Bree, drive-through Halloween. Drive-through Halloween. You heard it here first on the link. In case you were wondering, the mayors have already begun planning for a drive-through Halloween.
I thought what also was interesting was how they're going to be embarking on a foster parent campaign to recruit parents.
Yeah, and that was just and that's something that the Mayor Jesse Allig cooked up with a bunch of the other mayors. I think it's a great idea.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, every time we get CPS on here, public health, they're always talking about the great need for foster parents. Okay, and so they want to raise awareness, and he has a goal to create 19. They want to do like 20 new foster families by Christmas.
Yeah,
right.
19.
So very, very lofty goals, guys. And remember, there's all kinds of different opportunities. I mean, we're going to get the foster parent program people on this week because it's not just full-time foster parenting. They also have emergency placements, and if you're worried about some of like the eligibility criteria to become a foster parent, maybe an emergency placement is something you'd be more willing to do because the criteria, I mean, it's stringent. They're not just putting kids anywhere, right? But it's probably not as stringent for maybe something that's a little more short term. 8:52. Let's go ahead and give away some pizza, guys. It's our Pepsi Ultimate Pizza Trivia Challenge. The number 637-0094. Okay, and all we're going to do is give you a chance. That's all we're going to do here, okay, guys? Don't mind us. Just trying to make you cheat on your diet. As it is Pizza Month. It's National Pizza Month. So you can celebrate National Pizza Month with Pepsi Ultimate Pizza Trivia Challenge. All you have to do is listen to the link during the month of October. How easy is that? You're already doing it. And when prompted, call area code 671-637-0094. With the answer to the Pepsi Ultimate Pizza Trivia Challenge, the winner will receive a gift certificate from our participating pizza parlors. Try saying that 5 times fast. And a 12-pack of Pepsi brought to you locally by Pepsi. All right, and today we are giving away a gift certificate from one of Jason's favorite participating pizza parlors, right?
Yes, Pieology.
Boom.
So you get Pieology gift certificate and again a 12-pack of Pepsi.
Right on, down that 12-pack, guys. It's a 12-pack kind of Monday, right? So our question this morning, Bree, you guys ready?
Mm-hmm.
What is the most popular day of the year to order pizza in the United States? It's multiple choice. A, Labor Day. B, New Year's Eve. C, Thanksgiving. Or D, Super Bowl Sunday. All right? Tough one, right? There's always that one relative who brings pizza to Thanksgiving. Good on them. So the choices again. What is the most popular day of the year to order pizza in the United States of America? A, Labor Day, B, New Year's Eve, C, Thanksgiving, D, the Super Bowl. Let's go to the phones, Bree.
Hafaday, good morning.
I just want to try to answer the pizza giveaway.
Okay. What's your answer?
I'm going to pick Super Bowl Sunday.
Is that your final answer, ma'am?
That's
You got to sound confident about it because you sound like you're asking us.
no. I'll say Super Bowl Sunday.
Super Bowl Sunday. That's a pretty good guess.
But it's wrong.
No, it's pretty good. It's so pretty good that it's actually correct.
Congratulations.
Right on.
Thanks.
What's your name?
This is Lily.
Lily, just let me get your last name real quick.
Evaristo.
Evaristo. All right, we have a
Gift certificate to Pieology and a 12-pack of Pepsi. Congratulations to you.
What do you like?
Thanks. First time I'm going to try this Pieology.
You've never tried Pieology.
wow.
Well, let me introduce you to a very handsome friend of mine, Jason Solis. Jason, the lady here on the line,
Hi, Lily. Congratulations.
she's never
Thanks,
tried
Mr.
Pieology.
Jason. Right, I never did. Well, always a first for everything.
Yeah, well, you're in for a treat because Lily, do you like pesto?
What is it?
Yeah, it's because basically they can make your pizza with traditional like tomato sauce, or they use this pesto and like it's green and it's got a little bit of a kick. It's really really good. It goes good with sausage, and they also do this thing like you can when you go to Pieology and you ask them about your crust, they can either make the super thin crust if that's your thing, or they have like the thicker one, but then they also do what people call like Detroit style pizza like now, which is like the square one, and it's really really thick. It's a lot of dough if you
Wow.
really like pizza dough.
So are you like thick or thin? Which one do you like?
I like everything. So who knows?
You're in for a treat.
Yeah. Cool.
Well, you're going to put so much on that pizza when you pick it up, it's going to sag in the middle.
Okay.
Well, congratulations
Yes,
again,
Lily.
Lily.
Guys.
All right, you take care.
Lily, hold on. I'm going to get your number, okay? Offline, unless you want to give it to the whole island.
Well, might as well. My whole name's there.
Right on. Yep. That's everybody knows. Auntie Lily got Pieology, guys. All right. How you doing though, Lily? You all right?
We're good. We're good. We're good.
What do you make of everything that's going on nowadays with the COVID?
Oh my gosh, I don't know what to say. It's just crazy. Crazy. That's all I have to say. It's really, really crazy.
Yeah, I think we're all kind of at a loss for words nowadays. What do you do to keep you and your family safe during this unprecedented time?
Stay home. Just go on the road, do your errands, important errands, and or else just go fishing. You'll be the only one out there in the sand.
There you go.
Fishing, that's great. Okay, well, Lily, hold on, okay?
All right, thanks.
All right, yep. Go catch us some manihot. It's 8:57.
Which would be good on pizza?
That would actually be very good. Fried, right? Wow. Huh? I think he's on to something. Would you eat that, Jay? Because you don't really seem like a manihot kind of guy.
Oh, absolutely.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll hold you to that. We're going to take a quick break, and ladies and gentlemen, Tomas Maglotny is coming up, and we're going to talk about regional stuff in the Daily Question. Coming up next, right here on The Link. Good morning, brought to you in part by IT&E. The perfect prepaid.
Take in the panoramic beauty of our island each Sunday on the KUM News Instagram with Scenic Sundays. Scroll through the natural beauty of the island on display. Scenic Sundays on the KUM News Instagram is brought to you by Addis Trust and Investment, Location, Service, Trust, and Haagen-Dazs Shops Guam, where every day is made extraordinary.
We know you're tired of hearing about COVID-19. Some of you are probably wondering whether this is ever going to end. However long it takes, we all have to do our part, including our children, to hold the line. You can protect yourself and your family by getting vaccinated.
And if you're already vaccinated, don't let your guard down, because you can still give and get COVID-19. And if you're not vaccinated, remember that if you catch the virus, you could suffer more severe complications. At the end of the day, it's the choices we make to protect ourselves, our families, in our community that will control the spread.
We know it sounds repetitive at this point, but again, wash your hands, watch your distance, and wear your mask.
Together, we have to hold the line.
Celebrate National Pizza Month with the Pepsi Ultimate Pizza Trivia Challenge. All you have to do is listen to the link during the month of October, and when prompted, call 671-637-0094 with the answer to the Pepsi Ultimate Pizza Trivia Challenge. Winner will receive a gift certificate from our participating pizza parlors and a 12-pack of Pepsi, brought to you locally by Pepsi.
All right, and now joining us in studio, one of our young guns on the KUAM News team, Tomas Manglotnia. Good morning, Tomas.
Good morning, everyone. Just wanted to share some latest in the regional news. As we know, Governor Torres has appointed Will Castro as his chief of staff. And while we shared a little bit in the newscast, we're going to have more tonight on primetime. And we did get some viewer questions about who was the prior chief of staff before Will Castro. And I reached out to Kevin Bautista, who's the press secretary for the office of the governor in the CNMI. He goes, Angel Demapan was the previous chief of staff. He left in January 2021 after being inaugurated to serve in the House of Representatives. Before Angel was Matthew De Leon Guerrero. And so just clearing up those questions for folks, we're going to have reactions from both the Republican Party and also the Democratic Party on Saipan as well. One of whom, one representative who actually supports the nomination, which of course comes at an interesting time given that the legislative probe that's been going on for about a year now. I left Island, came back, and it's still happening. So after a year or so, of course everyone knows that is going on, and we reported on that. And so some interesting developments there, Bree, happening. And also just wanted to let folks know we have part 3 of Behind the Front Line airing tonight. The first episode was on the burnout that healthcare workers are experiencing. The second episode was on proning, which is what they do to all of the COVID-19 patients, which you can view on our social media pages now. And tonight's episode, Chris and I asked about mortality rates and also ventilator use in the emergency room and ICUs for COVID patients. So you can expect that tonight. So.
Right, and I think the one of the latest data reports that was issued by the Office of Epidemiology, Dr. Ann Pobutsky, in that report, which was released a week ago, it stated that while hospitalizations seem to be decreasing, the use of ICU has been increasing. Yeah. And so when you guys were there, did you get a chance to walk through ICU?
We did, and it was a busy ER. And then, of course, they've had to, kind of transform some of the places to both have non-COVID and COVID-related.
Yeah, they're definitely struggling with the space. Bree, as you know, when this surge started ramping up, or we had that interview with Lillian, and she was talking about how they're basically, and this is just a little bit of an embellishment, but they're basically cleaning out broom closets and looking for wherever they can put people. And we had a close friend who, his wife delivered at the hospital over the weekend, and they stuck him in this supply closet with no aircon. So they're obviously struggling with space, and again, having to have COVID and non-COVID in the same facility.
Right, and so we'll have a new report from a different look of where we were at. We spent about over an hour there at GMH last week, and we'll be sharing more of that each night this week.
Right on.
Right. Great job.
Yeah.
Great job.
Let's go back to that Will Castro thing. So did this, I'm sorry, this just kind of came out of the blue. I thought
Chris, you left when I
know, I had to go to I thought I was dreaming. Say what? There's a former senator from Guam is going to go be a chief of staff to a governor in the CNMI? Huh?
But he's been in the CNMI though.
Yeah.
He's
Right, yeah, I
worked
think
People
at a
used to
college
actually
there.
joke though that he was. They would be like, "Hey, you know Senator Will Castro? Yeah, always senator for CNMI because he's always over there."
I think a lot of the questions I've gotten from viewers just asking why now, and so I think that's the biggest question. Of course, we've reached out to Will Castro, who says tomorrow is a better time because
Yeah.
he's just settling
He's in
Saipan
quarantine,
now.
yeah.
In quarantine, I believe tomorrow might be his last day, and so getting ready
Yeah,
to
we
see
basically
that.
we put out the ask to have him on, and he was just like coming up with all these different reasons why he couldn't come on, and I'm pretty sure that's because, I mean, it's a pretty big deal, right? So he probably doesn't want to speak
Well,
here.
we got the press release at 11 o'clock last night, and so it was actually I think dated October 4th, but we got it last night, and
It was from the future.
Yeah, and so well, it's interesting. Again, as I noted in the initial reporting, they quoted minority leader there, Angel Damapan, and then also Representative Sheila Babata, who ran caucuses with the Democrats and in the lower house in the CNMI, and so interesting to see her name there as well
Right.
in the press release.
Is Sheila the one leading the?
No, that's Selena.
So okay.
Yes, Sheila Babata is with the Democrats and is quoted in the press release. So I thought that was an interesting development as well.
Well, we had a comment here. Will Castro's family is from Saipan too.
Yes, I mean that's all. It's you can go to our website and read that there. The last paragraph explains his lineage and
Right.
his connections to Saipan and his work with the Marianas Working Group and the Northern Marianas College. Of course, right. Also, this is just always wanting to set the context for this too. Right, it's happening as Lieutenant Governor Arnold Palacios just testified really against the current governor
Yeah,
in many
yeah,
ways. Congressman Kilili vocal on Facebook now saying he might consider a run more seriously. We had also Congressman Probst do a Facebook Live recently over the weekend saying he's going to run. He's tired of the waiting game.
Oh, he did a Facebook.
He's saying he might run. Yeah,
Yeah.
he's tired.
Oh,
He's tired
wow.
of the waiting game.
I
and
know
that's-
there was a post. I think you.
yeah, that's a
we were
Facebook
messaging.
Live there. I'm sure you can view it if you look for it. And
Who's not running for governor over there? Lache.
people are saying it's too early to announce, and we're getting all of these announcements.
I know.
So I think a lot of people just, and then of course we have to also mention, along with all of those things, that the Tourism Administration did contain this COVID-19 outbreak unlike any other jurisdiction.
Yeah, so that's what I was going to ask you. Is it because this is pretty huge? This misspending of money by Governor Torres, the whole probe and everything. But what does like the average person think? Do they think, oh, we're okay, we're going around with no mask, yeah, way to go, Gov, or is it separate? Because I mean, you guys are.
I'll get a better sense of it when I'm in the CNMI. But for those I've spoken with on the ground there, I mean, not having an outbreak in the CNMI, that's huge, right? You can't take that for granted.
Yeah,
and that's something that
we wouldn't know, Tomas. We wouldn't know what you're talking about here in Guam.
and
but
that's
yeah.
something we can't. But also, it even came up in the during Lieutenant Governor Arnold Palacios' testimony that the quote unquote success of it all, or whatever that may be, is nothing to be politicized. That this was a community effort, but also obviously an administration was in charge.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
Enacted all of those things, and so
Yeah.
he said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He said.
Yeah.
Over here we got she said.
Well, who knows? Next year, right after the
Yeah.
election, we might also have, a female lieutenant governor. Who knows, or a female governor
Right,
also
right.
in CNMI. So
All right.
that might change.
All right, good job, Tomas.
Good job. And as Tomas mentioned, he will be heading out to the CNMI, where he'll be on the ground there, filing more stories for us.
And the
So-
special election is on October
Yep.
16th. How could we forget, right?
Wow.
And so that's going to determine some sort of majority as well between the Democrats and the GOP as well. So
All right.
There you
Well,
go,
lots to
regional
look forward
affairs. And then do you Pacific Matters?
yeah, that's tonight, and you can catch that after prime time. Yeah.
Okay, so a lot going on, definitely. Hardest working man named Tomas on the KUAM news team.
Good job. Good
All right,
job.
thank you. It's 9:09. Quick break. We're coming back with the Republican Party chair, Juan Carlos Benitez. Pretty sure he has something to say about this whole Governor Torres, Will Castro thing. If I was a betting man, I'd bet. It's 9:09. Good morning.
Learn about people and organizations making a difference in our community on the greater good every Wednesday during the list.
Pacific Matters is a half-hour news, culture, and lifestyle show focused on issues that impact Guam, the Northern Mariana Islands, and the larger Pacific region. Join Tomas Maglonia every Monday to discuss politics, trends, and take a deep dive into the issues changing our island home, because what happens in the Pacific matters.
Celebrate National Pizza Month with the Pepsi Ultimate Pizza Trivia Challenge. All you have to do is listen to the link during the month of October, and when prompted, call 671-637-0094 with the answer to the Pepsi Ultimate Pizza Trivia Challenge. Winner will receive a gift certificate from our participating pizza parlors and a 12-pack of Pepsi, brought to you locally by Pepsi.
Breast cancer is the second leading cause of cancer death in women. The chances that a woman will die of breast cancer is about 1 in 38. Although there is no sure way to prevent breast cancer, there are certain things that you can do, such as eat healthier and exercise. For more information about breast cancer, go to the American Cancer Society's website at cancer.org. Also, on October 22nd, we invite you to think pink by wearing the color pink on that day in solidarity of our breast cancer survivors and warriors.
This pink message is brought to you in partnership with Ordot Dental Clinic, joining the fight against cancer in honor of brave warriors, survivors, and their families. Island Cancer Center and American Cancer Society.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi.
We know you're tired of hearing about COVID-19. Some of you are probably wondering whether this is ever going to end. However long it takes, we all have to do our part, including our children, to hold the line. You can protect yourself and your family by getting vaccinated.
And if you're already vaccinated, don't let your guard down, because you can still give and get COVID-19. And if you're not vaccinated, remember that if you catch the virus, you could suffer more severe complications. At the end of the day, it's the choices we make to protect ourselves, our families, and our community that will control the spread.
We know it sounds repetitive at this point, but again, wash your hands, watch your distance, and wear your mask.
Together, we have to hold the line.
Watching the sun bake, all of the tourists are covered with oil. They're strumming their 6 strings on my front porch swing. The smell of the shrimp as they began to boil. Wasted away again in Margaritaville. I'm searching for my lost shaker song. And some people claim that there's a woman to blame, but I know it's nobody's fault. I don't know the reason. I see you all season.
DUB.
Nothing to
DUB.
show but this brand new tattoo.
913 Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, ITD, and Jack in the Box. This is The Link. Good morning. Hey, remember, we're feeding your face every day in October with pizza. Thank you to CPK, Pyology, Pizza Hut, Capricciosa, Papa John's, Sabaro's, Little Caesars, Vitali's, and Crust. And of course, Pepsi for bringing it all together. Every day you win a gift certificate from one of our participating pizza parlors and a 12-pack of Pepsi. So easy. And all these places have great pizzas that we'll talk about throughout the month. I can think of something great about all these participating pizza parlors, partners. 914. Well, we did ask the Democrat Party chair, Sarah Thomas Netty Dog, on last week. She did not make it, and So we have the Republican Party chair, Juan Carlos Benitez, who did make it this morning. Thank you, Juan, for joining us.
Hey, a warm half a day. I feel like I've been called in from the bleachers.
How are you doing, Juan?
I'm number one substitute player of the week. I'm doing great. Good to hear from you.
All right, yeah. So we did ask Sarah on because there was a little bit of a, I don't know if you heard, there was a little bit of a splash that was made last week involving a certain non-voting delegate from Guam being asked in a Chamber of Commerce forum whether or not he was considering running for governor of the territory, and he said, well, the short answer was seriously considering it. There was a much longer answer. You can still have that?
I don't know if he still has.
Do you still have the Congressman
Michael
Nicholas?
This is
No, okay. Anyway, we did have the clip, but he basically just teed off on the administration. Said, what was it, Bree?
crisis in confidence.
Crisis of confidence. He said we have an execution problem. I mean, I assume he was talking about the administration because he was like, I'm not going to mention any names, but let me tell you what about this administration right here. This and this and this. He just went down the line.
Mm-hmm.
And, well, that ruffled some feathers because that same day we had the Leon Guerrero Tenorio campaign. They're really campaigning hard, by the way. They came out and they said, how dare you campaign in a pandemic? Only we can do that. I mean, it was
How much money have they raised already? It's
Juan,
like every other week,
yeah.
and it's a fundraiser, you know.
Well, we don't know how much money they raise because they don't have to file it until 10 days before the primary. I believe, yeah.
Well, it's interesting because it almost looks like you got to wait for the announcement of meetings to determine if there are any fundraisers that weekend or not. You know.
What'd you make of that, though? I mean, right off the bat, we know they had a fundraiser the same day that the bars opened. Was it earlier this year? We know that the governor filed her re-election papers in January of last year. I mean, just a few months after swearing in. So I think it was really a case of pot kettle black. I don't know what you think.
Well, I think the governor feels that the way to win the election here in Guam is going to be by fundraising and scaring any other candidate from running against her. I think she's wrong about that. I think everybody agrees that unless you own another bank, you're not going to out fundraise her. She can loan herself as much money as she wants, and she's proven she's willing to do that in last election. I think the election here is going to be on actually performance and what she's done or not done. And that's where I think St. Nicholas frustration comes from. We've been able to get us more funds into the island of Guam that have ever been received in recent history due to the pandemic. And a lot of those funds to this day, 18 months later, are still sitting in the coffers of Guam, or even worse, undrawn in federal agencies. And I heard that there's going to be a meeting on the PUA. You know, for example, we got approved $1 billion got approved for Guam for unemployment. We withdrew less than $800 million. So you end up having over $200 million of unspent federal funding that we could have figured. I can guarantee you, Governor Cabo was there. We would have figured a way to go and spend those $200 million. But that is being repeated in federal program after federal program. The other part of it is a lack of criticism of an administration in D.C. that keeps disrespecting the territories, that keeps changing their rhetoric on what they're willing to do or not do. And that's concerning, and you should be hearing voices from the from the state legislature here, from the governor, along with the congressman on those issues, and we don't hear any of them, and that's frustrating too.
You said about something about administration disrespecting the island. Can you go into a little more detail? Because I want to say that you could be talking about a number of things like, the Restaurant Revitalization Fund. There's also some other areas, right?
Yeah, well, I'll start by administration that came in and immediately during the campaign, President Biden said that if the supplemental security case made it to the Supreme Court, that he was president, he would dismiss the case. Becomes president, ends up coming up and arguing, oh, it's unconstitutional. We always need to, the rule of law is consistent with the Department of Justice, and we have a policy, regardless of our preference, to defend federal statutes. And that sounds great, except during the Obama administration, the Defense of Marriage Act was considered by the Attorney General to be unconstitutional, so he did not defend it. The marijuana legislation came up, and the federal government decided they were not going to enforce it unless there was interstate travel. Then the Dreamer on immigration came up in, and they said that they thought it was unconstitutionally unfair. They didn't apply that legislation. How is it all of a sudden that when it came to a benefit to the territories, that it's not the same standard by an administration where he was the vice president? Then you end up looking at the application of different federal programs to us. They came up and did a resolution. I'm sure you remember Guam came in and did, local legislature did resolution 5636 in support of the Democrats' resolution 279, saying that we should eliminate the insular cases. They were horrid, they shouldn't be used. And here you have the new $1 trillion package and the $3.5 trillion dollar package of funding for the territories. And again, where every state gets 2% or 1% territories, oh, you get 0.25%, and you need to split it between you 4 territories. It's not right. And if you're gonna shout that you're no longer discriminating against the territories, that you're going to treat us different and equal, then do it. And when they don't, they should be called out by the same Democrats here in this legislature that did that resolution. They should be called out by this governor, and they're not. Lastly, you mentioned the Restaurant Relief Fund. The Restaurant Relief Fund gave $72 billion in benefits across the United States, and Guam only got $15 million on it. And I ended up looking and doing the math, and the 5 states that got the least percentage of the funding they requested were the 5 territories. In order: American Samoa, Northern Mariana Islands, Guam, Puerto Rico, and the Virgin Islands. The most the territory got was 16.5%. No state got more than 20. No state got less than 27%, all the way to 52% of what they requested in funding. For example, Hawaii alone, Hawaii alone got $414 million in benefits to 42% of their requests. Massachusetts got $992 million of what they requested, and I'm not going to even go. You go into New York. $3 billion, 38% of what they requested. California, you go state by state, 43% of the requests, $5.7 billion in assets. And we're giving 14%. Every single territory is treated in a discriminatory manner. And you won't hear a word from this legislature. You will not hear a word from this governor to criticize this administration for this mistreatment and going against their own rhetoric. It is their rhetoric. We're not going to discriminate against you anymore. But where is it? Where's the beef?
Yeah. Can we just get a reaction about Will Castro being the new chief of staff to Governor Torres? I know, Juan, you just did a deep dive into a whole bunch of national stuff, and I got some party people on the other side WhatsApping me. But hey, you want to debate him? Come on with him. Come on. But let's
I'll come out talk to anybody you want me to talk. I'm not shy.
I know you're not.
It cannot be done alone. You cannot have just the congressman presenting and arguing these issues and not having any support from the local state matters. It doesn't work that way. It needs to be a concerted voice.
Right. Totally.
Now with Will Castro. Exciting news, interesting. One of Will Castro's north has always been the uniting the Marianas, right? And one Chamorro Nation, one Marianas. We're the same people. We should try to figure a way we can work together. cross-territorial commitment, or Mariana's commitment, that being now the chief of staff to the governor of the Northern Mariana Islands. I think it's great. He has roots in the Northern Mariana Islands, so it makes perfect sense to me. I think he's going to do a great job.
Do you have you heard though whether or not he's going to run for senator here?
Well, my hope is he would run for senator here in Guam. I have not talked to him since he accepted this position, except for saying congratulations and getting a quick response. But I'm looking forward to talking to him. He'll have to make a tough choice. The elections in Northern Mariana Islands are now at the same time as Guam.
Yeah.
So it's sort of hard to leave the governor stranded without a chief of staff right at the end of the primary process into the general election.
Right. And then I wonder too how Guam voters would feel about him, working over there and then jumping over here to run for senator real quick in a minute.
Yeah.
Juan, you mentioned something interesting. You were hoping he's going to run for senator. Where are we with the Republican mission to take back the majority in the Guam legislature?
We're recruiting. We're recruiting, continue to recruit. And in fact, I've heard a rumor that there's 2 news anchors that are debating about running for the legislature. And I wanted to remind them that, the Republican Party is a Big Tent party. It's we're excited about the prospect. I think we have definitely a really good shot at winning back the legislature. The one downside is Will Castro was almost like a sure win if he ran for office. So if he decides not to run, we're going to need somebody else. But he's not the only one we're looking. I think we're going to have at least 15 candidates, if not more, running for the legislature. And I'm hoping that we can make sure that we don't have a really contested primary, and that we're able to just make sure we agree on the candidates that are running.
Are you able to share a little bit more about the strategy? Because I know that in the last election, you guys brought out some of the old guard, right? Senator Joanne Brown, Senator Frank Blas Jr., and I want to say it really paid off because we had dealt with for a couple terms a bunch of newbies. And then there's also just this issue with a lot of the Democrat senators just really turning a blind eye to a lot of things that are happening in the administration, just for, because of purely partisan politics, right? And so is that going to be kind of, first question, who are you guys looking at running? Second, is that going to be one of the messaging points that you guys have, is like, hey, we're going to hold this lady accountable?
Well, I think one of our roles have always been there's a need for check and balances. And if anything can prove that more has been this last legislature. When you don't have a legislature that can counter an ADA-loop, it's been problematic, at least at this point, unless you have really strong voice in ADA-loop that knows the direction they want to go for it and have a really concerted strategy. Right now, what we have is that's our problem, is there no direction. I call it COVID paralysis. Everything is COVID, and we forget, well, we have an economy, we have other needs that need to be addressed, and those we can't stop and just keep waiting. With that, it's going to be a mix. We're looking at some former senators that are looking at running, coming back to the legislature and running again. Yes, we did very good with those last time. But we're also trying to bring some young blood into the party and try to bring some young candidates to show the diversity of the party and also represent a wider audience and a wider voice for Guam. I think the youth in Guam has proven in the last 2 years their willingness to be activists and to really campaign and participate, particularly in social media. And we want to try to transfer that into the general election. So having a couple of those candidates come out and participate would be great.
Well, I think we're all excited about this coming election.
Oh man, I'm so excited, Bree. I'm like so excited. I'm so excited.
Don't
really
contain yourself here.
I know. No, I'm just so excited though.
So what about the gubernatorial race?
Yeah, I think we have 3 potential teams running.
3?
Come on now. No, you don't.
3 potential teams.
Get out of here.
And
where's that polygraph, Jason?
Hey, I'll take it. But those things, you never know if you can trust them. But I would tell you we have three potential teams that are looking and are exploring right now whether they're gonna run or not. I think the unpopularity of Governor Ludon Guerrero during the last few months and her handling of issues here in Guam has sort of gotten more people interested at seriously looking at it. That's, I think, is why you get San Nicolas coming out and actually also exploring the possibility. So we'll see how it goes. I don't announce other people's campaign. I can tell you that I can announce that I'm not running for governor. So that I can be put officially to rest. But there is excitement and an interest in bringing a new direction or a new voice into Guadalupe than what we've had for the last couple of years.
And what about Washington delegate?
Now that's interesting. If San Nicolas ends up running for governorship and in a primary against Ludon Guerrero, the main two questions become: does that prevent him to also run for Congress or not in case he loses the primary? I would assume it would, but you never know. And I have to admit, I haven't dwelled into it too much. But a number of individuals have already expressed their interest that if he's not running, they would be interested in running for the legislature. I think where we find is a lack of appetite for the more seasoned legislators to come in and go into a head-to-head against San Nicolas when he's been able to bring $2.5 billion worth of federal funding into the island.
Yeah. I just want to ask the question. I don't know if anyone's really asking it, but is the serious consideration that the congressman is giving a run for Guadalupe, does it have, in your opinion, anything at all to do with this ethics investigation, with this latest stock trading news? Because, what people are saying is that, the ethics investigation is wrapping up and it's so bad that he's going to have to resign, and then that's why he's going to make a bid for Guadalupe.
Okay, so I'll go by parts, and this is not my party hat, but my federal consultant hat.
Okay.
Right. First of all, every other day, almost for a year, I think the Democratic Party people that are close to the governor keep saying he's going to be thrown out. They're kicking him out of Congress. They're not kicking him out of Congress. First of all, the investigation on the stock is not an investigation by Congress. It's an investigation by an independent group that just brought up that there were 7 or 9 congressmen that they felt had violated the reporting statute. If you see from the same report, a number of the members called in and immediately say our trades were below the reporting requirement. So if it doesn't meet that threshold, you don't have to report it. So that's why I didn't report them. They mentioned 4 transactions that Congressman San Nicolas had been involved with. As far as I know, he's not a wealthy man, so I'm not expecting that any of those transactions would have gotten above the threshold for the disclosure. He has not answered. But even if there were, I can guarantee you in D.C., that's basically, here's a fine, don't do it again. If it were to evolve from going from an independent organization, bringing up the concern, to an actual investigation by a federal agency with oversight over it, if any of those 4 transactions were above the threshold. So I see it as a lot more of nothing. And if that's the hope of he's leaving Congress, I think they need to keep on dreaming. If they're going to run a candidate against him, they should find one and run him. But I think San Nicolas' concern is his frustration with granting the federal funds to the island and see them sitting on account and hearing from federal agencies, hey, we're getting close to the point that we're going to have to pull that money back out. That's a frustration.
Right on.
Well, thanks.
Either way, I'm looking for a Republican candidate that would run for Congress. We will fill that slot. We'll have somebody running on the Republican side.
Any former governors interested in that running for that slot? One?
I can neither confirm or deny.
Oh, juicy. Okay. What about these pictures going around with St. Nicholas and Moylan kind of posing together? I know those have generated a little bit of discussion.
Yeah, I know they do. And it's not the first time that there's been comments here in Guam about a bipartisan ticket running, a Republican Democrat ticket coming along. And I'm sure that at some point something like that will happen. I don't see it this election cycle.
Interesting. Okay.
What about former Governor Felix Camacho? Are you hearing that we might see him re-entering the political arena?
Yeah. I haven't talked to Governor Camacho in the last 2 months. My last conversation with him, he was more focused on the mentoring side. He would like to help and support and help mentor some of the local and federal candidates. I think he's enjoying not having the limelight of public office on him right now.
All right. Thank you, Juan.
Thanks, Juan.
Yeah. So I hear no confirmation or denial about two news anchors that are debating about running for Congress or for the local legislature either.
Well,
and
I don't know. There's only the two news anchors in here are Sabrina and Jason. You're going to have to ask them. Thank you, Juan.
Take
You're
care.
welcome. Have a good day.
You too, my friend.
You're funny.
Am I?
Yeah.
So, Jay, are you running?
Apparently, you have no idea what my interests are.
I
don't have any tattoos, but if I was going to get one, it'd be like a circle around my heart that says private sector till I die.
That's it. Okay. We're going to take a break, and we're coming back with more of The Link next. Good morning.
We know you're tired of hearing about COVID-19. Some of you are probably wondering whether this is ever going to end. However long it takes, we all have to do our part, including our children, to hold the line. You can protect yourself and your family by getting vaccinated.
And if you're already vaccinated, don't let your guard down because you can still give and get COVID-19. And if you're not vaccinated, remember that if you catch the virus, you could suffer more severe complications. At the end of the day, it's the choices we make to protect ourselves, our families, and our community that will control the spread.
We know it sounds repetitive at this point, but again, wash your hands, watch your distance, and wear your mask.
Together, we have to hold the line. The KUAM Podcast Network is back and on demand, featuring a great variety of podcasts from our island and region, including culture, lifestyle, awareness, crime, politics, commentary, comedy, and entertainment. Available on most streaming platforms. The KUAM Podcast Network. Subscribe and listen now.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Got a question about your finances? You've come to the right place. Bring all your accounts together, even those that aren't with us, and see the big picture, right down to the smallest detail. Unlock powerful tools like Insights and Money Map that help you save time and take control of your finances. When you connect accounts with the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
This season, KUAM Communications is ready to go with more games, more championships, and more sports specials guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV8 or from CBS on KUAM TV11. We're bringing you all the action and excitement brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, the superior light beer, Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, and Docomo Pacific.
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink,
brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water and Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape,
airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the fields, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale.
All right, welcome back. 9:40. The Link, Monday, October 4th. Let's head into the Zoom room where we have Robert Celestial, Pacific Area Radiation Survivors Head on. Good morning, Robert.
Good morning. Good morning, Sabrina. Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Jason. Good morning, Enrique.
Good morning. So,
good morning, Guam.
Some big developments with the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act. I know this is something that you've been fighting for decades, and so I think it was last week we got the news about Senate Bill 2798, right? Regarding right by Senators Mike Crapo from Idaho and New Mexico. And then the bill on the House by Representative Teresa Fernandez and the 14 co-sponsors, including Guam Delegate Michaelson Nicholas. And this is pretty significant when you look at finally something that's in writing, right? That says, Guam would be included, Guam would be eligible. And maybe I'll just have you kind of break down what this all means and what exactly we're looking at with these bills.
Yeah, thank you, Sabrina. The Pacific Association of Radiation Survivors, we've hooked up with a frontline community-based group with Idaho, which is Tona Henderson, and Tina Cordova, which is from New Mexico and the Navajo Nation, and Mary Dixon from Utah. And so every Thursday we meet since early this year, and we had a subcommittee hearing in the House Judiciary in March, which we were able to give testimony, but we didn't have a bill at that time. Mm-hmm. So now that we have a bill from Senator Crapo, Senator Lahan, and Congresswoman Fernandez, it took quite a negotiation to continue to have Guam in the bill. If you notice from last year, they had two organizations that were not included. And so we're happy to say that they really supported us. Because of the National Academies of Science report to Congress in 2005, stating that Guam is eligible to be included in the radiation exposure compensation as downwinders. This is just the beginning. We have how many months? 3 months in this year, and then until July of next year, and then the program ends. And so this amendment would extend it another 19 years. And we negotiated for Guam on 3 issues, Sabrina. Mm-hmm. And the first issue was that Guam, on the last bill on 2017-18, they had a break of 3 years I believe it's 585960, and what had happened is that he took it out, and only people on Guam that was for on Guam for 2 years would be eligible, and those 3 years, those people won't be eligible. Also, they've given us the year from 1946. They had the break of 58, and then bring it back to 62. And so I asked them because they came out on a legislative meeting, and they asked all the states and Guam and myself, and asked, please submit your changes that you need to be in this amendment. So I included 3 changes, and one of them was to run it concurrent, so the people within those 3 years could be eligible to receive compensation. So they did. So they ran it from 46 to 62. That's the good news. The other news is that in the last bill, you had to be on Guam for 2 years. And so I asked them if they could make it the same as the other states, 1 year, and they agreed. So at Guam, you only have to be on Guam for 1 year, and that to be eligible to apply for the compensation. And ever since the bill has come out, Sabrina, people have been asking about the application, where do I apply, how can I get it? And I've been on the phone with people from California, Arizona, Texas saying, please, we're not ready to apply. It's just an introduction of the bill. So when the bill does get passed, then we can apply to the Department of Justice. So just to let the people of Guam, we're not ready for applications. And so if you do apply, it will get rejected and saying that Guam's not included yet. And so other news, a few people from the states from Guam have called in and shared. And I was surprised that they had a group in California, and one of the ladies said, I would really appreciate you doing this, and we pray for you and your cancer. And I said, I don't have cancer. And so they were surprised, and I said, then why are you doing it? I said, because it's the right thing to do. I've been compensated through the military and given health and benefits. So when I found this out for the people of Guam, I decided that I should share this, and the people of Guam deserve this. We're no different than Arizona, Nevada, and Utah. They've been receiving compensation since 2000, and we're eligible. So we're no different than New Mexico and Idaho, who have been left out also. And so by the grace of God, we've come this far. And I just want to say, I haven't said this on the radio, and I was asked who has helped. And I want to say that Governor Liu did go with the Western governors last 2019, and they did sign a letter to the Senate and the House. So I want to give her kudos and thank you for supporting us with the Western governors. So if she's listening, thank you, Governor. And I want to say thank you to Teresa Lai. She's been with us from the beginning, and she's done a great help for the people of Guam. And I really thank God that she's there as the speaker. And that's about it.
Oh, can we talk about how to be eligible? Because you did mention 1946 to 1962. You had to at least be here, right, for 1 year. And you must have been diagnosed with cancer. So
yes, they have identified certain cancers and chronic diseases, which is on the CFR. I don't have it in front of me right now.
I have it.
But you have to have one of those cancers and been here for 1 year, and also from 1946 to 62, you'll be eligible to apply for the compensation. And it's up to the Department of Justice to confirm or to approve the eligibility. So I just want to make sure that people of Guam know that they do have to go to adjudication with their application.
Mm-hmm. And Mr. Torres, would you like to jump in on the conversation?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So thank you, Sabrina, and thank you, Chris and Jason, for putting this topic on. It's very timely, and I think thank you again, Robert. The 1 year is really significant factor, because we could also have military members who were stationed here, and during those years, and that's just brings the whole picture of this downwind atmospheric testing happening to the west of us, and that's why I think it's very timely that Guam, over 70 plus years, gets to be recognized, because we have sickness and illnesses. We just don't know how associated they are to the type of exposure we have. Especially, Rob, if you can enlighten people with respect to the comments made just in rainwater. You know, my grandmother was drinking Hanum Sanaga, and I just want you to bring that up if you can. And if anything, it is very, it touches the lives of people close to me, relatives, in-laws, that they didn't know about this program, but when I explained it to them, it became very. They became excited. At the same time, they had feelings of, because they're going through the treatments, and even up to now, they really feel that this is something that was very meaningful for them, especially if their loved one have passed on. And this bill, if enacted, covers for compensation, and those that are surviving have also compensation for their medical treatment. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Celeste?
No, that's correct. And matter of fact, you brought up a good issue, is that from 1946 to 1962, if you remember back then, that Guam was a closed security clearance. You needed a security clearance to come in Guam. It was because the commander here on Guam was the commander of the testings in the Marshall Islands. A lot of people don't know that, and that's why it was closed island. You know, and so after they lifted it in 1962 and 1994. 37 years later, President Clinton formed the Human Radiation Experiments Advisory Board with Dr. Ruth Baden as the chairperson. They went out and declassified every agency out there, the CIA, FBI, NIH, every Department of Energy that used to be the Atomic Energy Commission. And so what happened is that when they came out with the report with all the declassified information, that's where we found out that Guam was exposed. So the people of Guam never knew about that. I mean, the people of Guam have been suffering for many, many years. We have so many cancers in Guam. And so I just want to let you know that one of my recommendations was to extend the years from 1962 to 1992. That was one of my recommendations that was shut down with everybody else from the States, except the uranium miners. Uranium miners got if you look at the bill, they got approved to go from 71 to 1990. So my recommendation was to, I asked Congress, the Legislative Council, if they will give Guam from 62 to 92, because a lot of people within that time period do have cancer. And the reason is that 1946 to 1962 was detonation dates, but the radiation didn't stop affecting the people in Guam because it has a 30-year half-life with cesium, strontium, and thousands of years with plutonium and different radionuclides. So I gave them like 30 years for cesium and strontium, would give it to 1992. The people were still being exposed to radiation. So yes, the people of Guam have been exposed, and that's why we've been fighting so hard. And the people within PARS, we understand what each and every one of us have been going through, because a lot of my members, Sabrina and Chris and of course, we've lost a lot of our members from 2002. And every year, one of them passes away, two pass away, three pass away. It's disheartening. However, we've got to continue to fight this fight, and move forward. A lot of people don't like me using that word fight, to negotiate, and communicate. Those are the kind of words. However, it's like there's light out in this tunnel that we're in. I mean, we have to July of next year, and we are in the bill. That's the most important thing. I can't re-emphasize how many people on Guam have been affected. So many people. I mean, we could talk about that. And my main goal is to get this thing passed so that people do get their health benefits, free health benefits, and get the 150,000. That's partial restitution. That's what President Bush said when he signed it in 1990. We're giving them partial restitution. There's no way we can give them full restitution, those who were affected by downwind exposure to nuclear fallout. So that's what it is. You know, people say, how come only 150? Well, the law today only gives 50,000. This amendment is asking for $150,000. So when people mention that why so little, it's a partial restitution that the U.S. government, Congress has given to the states and the uranium mine to people of Guam. So I want to just say that you are right, Mr. Torres, that the people of Guam have suffered, your family have suffered for so many years, and they didn't even know. And that's the part where even New Mexico, Tina Cordova and Tony Henderson have emphasized through many years that their people also were kept in the dark. And so that's why we're trying to get included. And so I hope and pray that this bill gets passed.
Robert, are you guys on Facebook or social media so that people who want more information can go there?
Yes, PARS has a Facebook address. Rosario Perez takes care of the Facebook.
Okay. Yeah, because
but it's PARS, P-A-R-S, yeah. So, and
what about a phone number, Robert?
You can use my phone number. Yeah. It's 688-7277. They could call. Yeah. All right. I've been getting a lot of phone calls from the States. A lot of people within that time frame, 70 years old, 80 years old. Man, I tell you what, I love explaining it to them because they're still alive today, and they say, well, we hope they pass it before they pass. Yeah.
Thank you, Robert. Yeah. Very insightful.
You're welcome.
Mr. Torres, thank you for coming on this morning.
You're welcome.
Okay, God bless you guys. And I like it when you say fight, Chris. Robert. I'm not really for the nicer words. I like the word fight. It fits you.
Okay.
And it's been something he's been fighting for.
You're running for senator, right, Chris?
No. Oh, God. No.
Thanks a lot,
Thank
Robert.
you. Okay.
And I'm sure we'll be in touch.
Yeah, that's the Mr. Torres. 9:56. Good morning. This is The Link, Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, ITN, and Jack in the Box. Del Camon Pacific and Burger King are proud to present Cover Me. Remember, Chicken Fries Friday is back. All you do is go to Burger King on a Friday and say,
I love
chicken fries. After you order one, and you're going to get another one absolutely free.
Wait, so free, no side conditions and everything. Free.
Well, you order one, and then you say, hey, FYI, can I share something with you? I love the chicken fries. And they're going to be like, oh, wow, that's crazy. Here, just give me another one.
I want some UOG theater majors to go there and do it. Because
How, Jay? How? Come on.
I mean, practice, speak from the diaphragm. Okay. Channel your inner thespian and say,
How would Shakespeare do it?
Oh, no. Here we go.
Oh, Brutus, I doth thine love thine chicken fries. Wherefore art thou, Whopper?
The chicken fry or not the chicken fry?
There you go.
All right, so it's Cover Me. It's brought to you by Burger King. Good morning.
Flashing lights, I think about all the times I wanted you. Crying night from all the things you put me through. How could you say that you changed and not fully? How could you say that you want me but not truly? I don't wanna waste my time, girl. I don't wanna waste my time, girl. My time. How could you lie to me? That ain't right, baby. How could you say that you want me? Then you go give up on me. How could you lie to me? That ain't right, baby. How could you say that you want me? Then you go give up on me. I don't wanna go back, go back, go back, go back. Never wanna feel it again. I don't wanna go back, go back, go back, go back. Never wanna feel it again. I don't wanna go back, go back, go back, go back. Never wanna feel it again. How could you say that you want me? Then you go give up on me. I don't wanna go back, go back, go back, go back. Never wanna feel it again. I don't wanna go back, go back, go back, go back. Never wanna feel it again. I don't wanna go back, go back, go back, go back. Never wanna feel it again. How could you say that you want me? Then you go give up on me.
I don't wanna waste time, hope you know that. Tell me what'll happen if I go back. Tell me how things will be different, cause when you okay, it's so quick to be distant. And I swear you be trying me. When you in the ups, when you be beside me. Damn, what do I mean to you? A therapy session, some regular do, cause I don't wanna play any games if you don't feel the same. I don't wanna entertain this at all. So don't hit my phone anymore. You can walk out the door, cause baby girl, I swear that I'm gone. I don't wanna go back to the same thing, same pain. Girl, you only know me when I'm popping like champagne. That's a fact, heading for the top, I ain't never going back. Only in my hustle, but you never in my struggle. I'm talking muffled, you heard me while you're looking at a puzzle, girl. Saw G, cause you will never find another one like me, like me.
Lie to me, lie to me. Oh baby, won't you lie to me, lie to me. Oh baby, won't you lie to me, lie to me. Oh baby, won't you lie to me, lie to me, yeah. Hey, yeah. Go back, go back, go back, go back. Never wanna feel it again. I don't wanna go back, go back, go back, go back. Never wanna feel it again. I don't wanna go back, go back, go back, go back. Never wanna feel it again. How could you say that you want me? Then you go give up on me, baby.